Hello, I am the Wizard of Tales, and I'm here to guide you today. I know this video is the perfect companion to help my dear dreamers relax and drift off to sleep. Before we dive into a world of calm and serenity, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and let me know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now, get cozy, take a deep breath, and let the magic of stories embrace you. Sarah Mitchell adjusted the rearview mirror of her rental car as signs welcoming us to Point Pleasant passed by the window. 15 years had passed since he left his hometown, and now, at age 38, he returned as an investigative reporter for the Washington Post. The autumn sky of West Virginia was thick with gray clouds, as if nature itself recognized the weight of the history it had come to unearth. 50 years, she muttered to herself, checking the digital recorder in her pocket once again. Half a century since the Mothman terrorized the small town on the banks of the Ohio River, culminating in the Silver Bridge tragedy. The stories her grandmother told her still echoed in her mind. A creature with glowing red eyes, huge wings, and a scream that chilled the soul. She parked in front of the Silver Bridge Memorial, where a commemorative plaque listed the names of the 46 victims of the 1967 bridge collapse. Sarah took a deep breath, feeling the damp river air. His editor had questioned his choice to cover this story. Outdated folklore, he had said. But something beyond professional duty had brought her back. Mary Cooper, her first interviewee of the day, was waiting at the small cafe on Main Street. At 75, he was one of the last living witnesses to the original sightings. Sarah found the gray-haired lady sitting by the window, her wrinkled hands wrapped around a cup of coffee. "Miss Cooper, thank you for having me." Sarah sat down, turning on the recorder. "Can you tell me about that night?" Mary's eyes lost focus, traveling 50 years in time. November 15th, 1966. I'll never forget it. John, my late husband, and I were coming home from my sister's house. It was late, maybe 11 at night. That's when we saw this. Sarah leaned forward, noticing how the elderly woman's hands were shaking slightly. "Can you describe what you saw?" It was bigger than a man, much bigger. The wings seemed to be about 10 feet long when open, but it was the eyes that stood out to me, red like embers, but not a normal red. It was as if they glowed from within. Mary paused, her voice dropping to almost a whisper, and there was something about the way he looked at us, as if he knew something we didn't. As Mary spoke, Sarah felt a sudden dizziness. The light in the cafe seemed to flicker, and for an instant, as brief as she could have imagined, she saw a reflection in the window. 2 bright red dots watching her from the darkness. He blinked hard, and the image disappeared. "Are you okay, sweetie?" Mary touched his arm. She suddenly turned pale. "I'm fine." Sarah forced a smile, taking a sip of water. "Continue, please." Over the course of the afternoon, Sarah interviewed 3 more witnesses. Each story followed a similar pattern. Nighttime sightings, hypnotic eyes, and an inexplicable sense of foreboding. But it was her last encounter of the day that deeply disturbed her. James Whitaker, an 80-year-old retired former police officer, welcomed her to his home on the outskirts of the city. Unlike the others, he seemed reluctant to speak. "You journalists always focus on the wrong part of the story," he said, sitting in his worn armchair. "Everyone talks about the monster, the red eyes, the wings, but no one asks why it appeared." "And why do you think he appeared?" Sarah asked, feeling an inexplicable shiver. "Warnings," James replied simply. "Before the bridge fell, there were dozens of sightings. People having nightmares, visions. The creature would appear to those who would later die on the bridge, as if trying to prevent them." Sarah felt her heart speed up. "Are you suggesting that Mothman was trying to help?" James leaned forward, his pale eyes fixed on hers. "What have you been seeing in your dreams lately, Sarah?" The question took her by surprise. "Like this? You didn't just come back for a story, did you? Something brought you back. Something you saw." Sarah felt her mouth go dry. For the past few weeks, his dreams had been filled with confusing images. Dark wings, red eyes, and an overwhelming sense of urgency. "But I hadn't mentioned it to anyone." "I don't know what you're talking about," she replied, putting away her recorder with shaking hands. "You do," James insisted softly. "And you'll find out that it's no coincidence that he's here now. Mothman isn't gone, Sarah. He never really goes away. He shows up when he needs to show up." Driving back to the hotel at dusk, Sarah couldn't shake James's words. The sky had completely darkened, and the city lights seemed distant and unreal. On the radio, an old song was interrupted by static. As he stopped at a red traffic light, his eyes were drawn to the rearview mirror. For one terrible moment, he saw those bright red dots again. Closer now. She turned sharply, but there was only darkness behind her. In her hotel room, Sarah spread her notes on the bed, the stories intertwined like threads in a complex web. And at the center was a disturbing question. What if Mothman wasn't the monster everyone thought he was? What if, as James suggested, his appearances had a purpose? His cell phone vibrated with a text message from an unknown number. "Tomorrow, 8 a.m., Old TNT Factory. I have something to show you. JW." Sarah hesitated, her finger hovering over the screen. The old TNT Factory was where it all started in 1966. An abandoned complex on the outskirts of town. Her journalistic intuition told her that she would find answers there. But something deeper, something primitive, warned her about the dangers she might discover. Lying in bed that night, watching the shadows dance across the ceiling, Sarah knew she had crossed the point of no return. It was no longer just a story for his newspaper. It was a search for answers that could reveal truths that perhaps humanity was not ready to accept. Outside, the wind blew through the trees, carrying with it a distant sound, something between a scream and a wail, that made Sarah curl up under the blankets, remembering her childhood stories about the creature that kept dark secrets in the shadows of Point Pleasant. The sun had barely risen when Sarah drove to the old TNT factory. Morning fog hung over the cracked asphalt, turning the rusting skeletons of abandoned buildings into ghostly silhouettes. The complex, which had once produced explosives during World War II, was now a maze of deteriorated concrete and oxidized metal. Sarah parked near the main gate, double-checking James's message on her cell phone. The air was heavy with humidity and a peculiar odor of vegetable decay. He checked his watch. 7:55. He decided to wait in the car, carefully watching for any movement. His thoughts returned to the previous day's interviews. Stories overlapped in his mind like layers of a complex puzzle. The pattern James had mentioned about the warnings before the bridge tragedy was starting to make unsettling sense. A metallic sound startled her. James emerged from the mist, his hunched figure leaning on a cane. Sarah got out of the car, feeling the humidity instantly penetrate her clothes. "I thought you might not come," he said, his hoarse voice echoing in the empty space. "A journalist never refuses a source," Sarah replied, discreetly activating the recorder in her pocket. "What did you want to show me?" James started walking towards one of the abandoned buildings. "There's something few people know about Mothman," he said over his shoulder. "Something that isn't in the newspapers or in sensationalist books." They entered a dark corridor. Sarah turned on her cell phone's flashlight, revealing walls covered in graffiti and debris on the floor. James seemed to know exactly where he was going, turning down hallways and passing empty rooms with the familiarity of someone who knew the place well. "In 1966, I was a rookie on the force," he continued. "I was one of the first to investigate the sightings here. At first, we thought it was just teenagers playing pranks, but then we started finding the markings." "What brands?" James stopped in front of a partially destroyed metal door. "See for yourself." Sarah directed the light where he was pointing. On the oxidized surface of the door, there were strange symbols carved deep into the metal. They didn't look like any alphabet she knew. They were complex geometric shapes that seemed to move when looked at for a long time. "We found these markings in several places where there have been sightings," explained James. "Not just here, but near the bridge, on the riverbank. Always the same symbols." Sarah photographed the marks with her cell phone. "Did anyone manage to decipher them?" "A professor at the university tried it. He said they looked like some kind of ancient, prehistoric writing, but before he could study them further." James hesitated. "What happened to him?" "It disappeared, along with all your notes, a week before the bridge fell." A distant crash made Sarah turn sharply. For a moment, he thought he saw a shadow move at the end of the corridor, but it was just the light from his flashlight playing with the shadows. "There's more," James said, leading her deeper into the building. In the weeks before the tragedy, people reported strange dreams, visions, as if something was trying to communicate through their minds. Sarah felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cold of the place. "Like the dreams you mentioned yesterday. The ones I—" "Yes," James interrupted her. "And it's no coincidence that you're having these dreams right now. Something's about to happen, Sarah. Something bad." They arrived at a larger room, probably an old storage room. James pointed to a wall in the background where more symbols had been engraved, forming a complex circular pattern. "This was the last place I saw the creature," he said in a low voice. "The night before the bridge disaster, I was doing my rounds when I saw him. He wasn't like the witnesses described, with bat wings and red eyes. He was different. Like this. It was as if he was made of shadows and light at the same time, as if he didn't belong entirely in this world. And when he looked at me," James ran a hand over his face, as if trying to erase a painful memory. "It was as if something was shown. Visions. The bridge collapsing. People dying. I tried to warn them, but no one believed them." Sarah approached the wall, studying the symbols. Under the light of his flashlight, they seemed to pulse gently, as if they had a life of their own. He raised his hand to touch one of them. "No," James shouted, but it was too late. The moment his fingers touched the cold metal, a sharp pain shot through his head. Images flooded his mind. A burning building, people running, water rising, and those red eyes, always there, always watching. The last sight was of a digital clock, 15:45. Sarah staggered back, almost falling. James grabbed her arm. "What did you see?" he asked urgently. Before he could respond, a sound echoed through the building, a high-pitched, unearthly scream that made the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. The light of his flashlight flickered and went out, plunging them into darkness. "We need to get out of here," James whispered. "Now." They ran through the maze of corridors, guided only by the faint light coming through the broken windows. The scream sounded again, closer this time. Sarah could have sworn she could hear the flutter of enormous wings behind them. When they finally emerged outside, the fog had lifted, revealing a surprisingly clear sky. Sarah leaned against her car, breathing heavily. "What's going on?" he asked, his voice shaking. "What were those visions?" James looked at his watch. "It's 8:30 now. You saw 3:45. Whatever is going to happen, we have a few hours to stop it." "Prevent what? How can we be sure?" "Mothman doesn't appear by chance, Sarah. He always comes before a tragedy. The question is, will we be able to decipher the warning in time?" On the way back to town, Sarah couldn't stop thinking about the visions. The burning building looked familiar, but I couldn't place exactly where it was. The images jumbled together in his mind like a half-forgotten nightmare. Her cell phone rang, making her jump. He was his editor in Washington. "Sarah, where are you? Are you following the news?" "What news?" An alert just went out. Serious structural problems were discovered at the New Point Pleasant Shopping Center. They are considering an emergency evacuation. Sarah felt her blood run cold. The new shopping center, a 5-story building in the city center, the same building as your visions. The clock on his dashboard read 9:15. The race against time had begun. Sarah sped through the streets of Point Pleasant, her hands gripping the steering wheel as she processed the information. The shopping center had opened just 3 months earlier, a symbol of the small town's progress. Now, it could become the scene of another tragedy. "We need to alert the authorities," said James, who had insisted on accompanying her. "But we need concrete evidence, or we will be ignored like crazy people." Sarah parked a block away from the shopping center. A small crowd was already forming in front of the building, where civil defense employees were installing isolation tapes. A man in a suit, probably the manager, gestured nervously to the engineers. "I know someone who can help us," James said, pointing to a middle-aged woman who was observing the scene. "Linda Parker has worked in the building department for 30 years. She knows every brick in this town." They approached Linda, who recognized James immediately. "Jim? What are you doing here?" "Linda, we need your help." James got straight to the point. "What exactly did they find in the structure?" "Cracks in the main beams," she replied, lowering her voice. "And something strange about the foundation, like the ground is giving way." Sarah felt a shiver as she remembered the water in her visions. Was the building built over some underground waterway? Linda frowned. "Not officially, but She hesitated, looking around before continuing. During construction, they found traces of an old riverbed. The engineers made sure everything was stabilized, but a sharp noise cut through the air, making everyone turn around. It was just the sound of metal on metal as workers installed more barriers. But Sarah noticed how people reacted. The collective fear was almost palpable. "I need to see the plans for the building," Sarah said, "and any documents regarding the structural assessment." "Impossible," Linda replied. "Everything is locked in the City Hall office, and today is Saturday." "There must be a digital copy," Sarah insisted. "Please, Linda. Lives may depend on it." Something about the urgency in his voice must have convinced Linda. After a few minutes on the phone, she was able to remotely access the files via her tablet. As they looked through the documents, Sarah noticed something in the corners of the architectural plans. Small, barely noticeable symbols, similar to those she had seen at the TNT factory. "Over there," he pointed to James. "They're the same brands." "The architect," murmured James. "We need to find him." A quick search revealed that the architect responsible, David Chen, lived on the outskirts of the city. But when they arrived at his house, they found the door broken down and the interior ransacked. "He knew," James said, looking at papers scattered around the office. He saw the signs, too. Among the documents, Sarah found a notebook with frantic notes. Drawings of symbols filled the pages, along with calculations and diagrams. In the last entry, dated the day before, there was just one sentence. He was right. The water will claim what is its own. The clock said 11:30. Sarah looked out the window and saw dark clouds forming on the horizon. A storm was approaching. Back at the shopping center, the situation had worsened. Small cracks were beginning to appear in the outer walls, and the sound of creaking structures echoed through the air. The crowd had grown, kept at a distance by police officers. Sarah tried to warn the authorities, but her words sounded like the ravings of a sensationalist reporter. No one wanted to hear about mysterious symbols or winged creatures. It was then that his cell phone vibrated with a message. It was a photo, sent from an unknown number, showing the basement of the shopping center. In the image, dark water welled up through cracks in the concrete and on the walls. "The symbols," Sarah whispered. "They're everywhere." The photo had been taken recently. The timestamp read 11:45. But who had sent it? Thunder rumbled in the sky, and the first drops of rain began to fall. Sarah looked at her watch. 12:15, less than 3 hours until the moment he saw in his vision. "James," she called, an idea forming in her mind. "What if the symbols aren't just warnings? What if they're part of a larger pattern?" They quickly began mapping out all the places where the symbols had appeared. The TNT factory, the old silver bridge, and now the shopping center. When they connected the dots on a map, they formed a familiar drawing. "It's a compass rose," Sarah realized, "and the shopping center is right at the center point, where all the lines meet," James added, "where the groundwater concentrates." A new sound joined the storm's roar, a familiar, high-pitched scream that made everyone look up to the sky. For a moment, through the heavy clouds, Sarah glimpsed a dark shape with enormous wings. His cell phone vibrated again. Another message from the unknown number. underground. Now, there's still time. Sarah looked at James, who nodded gravely. Go, he said. I try to convince the authorities to evacuate the building. With her heart racing, Sarah ran to the shopping center's service entrance. The rain was now falling in torrents, and she could hear the sound of the water rushing through the drains. As he descended the stairs underground, his flashlight revealed damp walls and increasingly large puddles. The air was thick with the smell of mustiness and something else, something ancient and primal. At the last turn of the stairs, Sarah stopped abruptly. Someone, or something, was waiting for her in the darkness, and his eyes glowed like red embers. Sarah stood frozen in front of the glowing red eyes. His rapid breathing formed small clouds of steam in the cold underground air. The creature remained motionless in the shadows, as if awaiting its next action. You've been trying to warn us this whole time, Sarah whispered, surprising herself with the calm in her voice. The figure moved slightly, and Sarah could make out its shape better. It wasn't exactly like the descriptions he'd heard. There was something more ethereal, more ancient. The wings seemed to be made of solidified shadows, and their presence emanated a strange sense of ancient wisdom. A loud bang above made the entire building shake. Chunks of concrete began to fall from the ceiling, and the sound of running water grew louder. The Mothman extended an arm, or something that resembled an arm, pointing towards a wall covered in symbols that glowed dimly in the darkness. Sarah approached, feeling the icy water on her ankles. The symbols seemed to tell a story, not just about the present, but about a cycle that repeated itself through the centuries. It showed ancient civilizations, natural disasters, and a winged figure that always appeared before catastrophes. It's not just about Point Pleasant, is it? She asked, finally understanding. You've been doing this since forever. His cell phone rang. It was James. Sarah, where are you? The situation is getting worse upstairs. I managed to convince some officers, but the manager refuses to order a complete evacuation. James, I found something. The symbols, they show a pattern. The building was built over an ancient Indian ceremonial center. The groundwater isn't just a river. It's a network of canals that the natives considered sacred. And now that network is destabilized by construction, added James. How long do we have? Sarah looked at her watch. 1:30 p.m. 2 hours until the moment of his vision. The water now reached his knees, and more cracks appeared in the walls. The Mothman moved suddenly, his red eyes intensifying. A series of images invaded Sarah's mind. People trapped on the upper floors, water gushing through the floor, structures giving way in a chain reaction. I need proof, Sarah said, turning on her cell phone camera. He began photographing the symbols and cracks, documenting the rapidly rising water, something the authorities cannot ignore. A new tremor shook the building, stronger than the previous one. Sarah lost her balance, almost dropping her cell phone into the water. When he recovered, Mothman was gone. But a path through the falling rubble appeared to be lit by a faint red light. Following the path, Sarah discovered an old maintenance door. Behind it, he found the building's main ventilation ducts and what appeared to be the central point where all the underground channels met. James, she called again, her voice urgent. I got the evidence, but we need to act now. The entire building is sitting on some kind of natural sinkhole. When the water pressure reaches a critical point, I'm with the fire chief, James interrupted. He wants to see the photos. Sarah quickly sent the footage, including a short video showing the water rising and the cracks expanding. As he waited, he noticed something strange on the duct walls. More symbols, but these looked recent. The architect, she murmured, recognizing the pattern of the notes they had found. He discovered the truth and tried to document everything. His cell phone vibrated with several messages in a row. The fire chief had convinced the mayor to declare an emergency. Full evacuation was being initiated. Sarah started to climb back up, but stopped when she heard a familiar sound. The Mothman's unearthly scream, closer than ever. He turned and saw the creature hovering in the air, its wings almost touching the walls of the duct. A new series of images invaded his mind. The clock showing 15:45, water exploding through the floor. But now, he also saw people running to the exits, getting to safety in time. The vision had changed. The future was no longer sealed. You don't cause the tragedies, Sarah said softly. You try to stop them. You always have. The Mothman tilted his head slightly, as if in acknowledgement. Then with a sweep of its shadowy wings, it disappeared into thin air, leaving only the echo of its unearthly scream. Sarah emerged from underground to find the mall in mid-evacuation. Sirens sounded everywhere, and emergency teams coordinated people's exit. James was waiting for her at the entrance, soaked by the rain that continued to fall. It worked, he said, hugging her. They are taking the threat seriously. How long until the building is completely emptied? Estimate another hour. We have to make sure everyone leaves. Sarah looked at her watch. 2:30 p.m. The water on her sodden shoes constantly reminded her of the growing danger beneath her feet. As he watched people leaving the building, he couldn't help but think about how history repeated itself. Not just in Point Pleasant, but in all the places the Mothman had appeared over the centuries. A group of local reporters approached, recognizing her from the Washington Post. They wanted to know how she had discovered the danger, what had led her underground. Sarah hesitated, looking at James, who nodded slightly. It was time to tell a different story. Not about a monster terrorizing a city, but about an ancient guardian who crossed time trying to save lives. The true story of the Mothman of Point Pleasant was just beginning to be revealed. By 3:20 p.m., the sky over Point Pleasant had turned into a pall of black. The rain fell with an intensity that made people remember ancient stories about floods. Sarah and James remained at the entrance to the shopping center, helping the last rescue teams to check if there was still anyone inside the building. Last sweep complete, the fire chief announced over the radio. The building is empty. Sarah nervously checked her watch. 3:35 p.m. 10 minutes until the moment he saw in his vision. The sound of water rushing beneath their feet had turned into a steady roar, and small cracks were beginning to appear in the parking lot's asphalt. We need to move away, James warned, pulling her by the arm. The whole area is unstable. As they retreated to a safe distance, Sarah noticed something strange in the sky. Among the stormy clouds, dark shapes moved in a circular pattern. It wasn't just one Mothman. It was several, like silent guardians gathered to witness what was to come. "Look!" someone shouted in the crowd. On the roof. A lone figure had appeared on the roof of the shopping center. Even from a distance, Sarah recognized David Chen, the missing architect. He was standing dangerously close to the edge, his arms raised to the sky like an ancient prayer. "He knew from the beginning," James muttered. "The symbols, the visions. He became part of it all." Sarah grabbed a megaphone from a nearby police officer. "David, get out of there. The building is going to collapse." The architect turned toward her, and even through the rain, she could see his serene smile. He began gesturing in the air, tracing shapes that Sarah recognized as the symbols they had found. 1543. The ground started to shake. It was not a localized tremor, but something that seemed to come from deep within the earth. The cracks in the asphalt expanded, forming patterns that resembled ancient symbols. 1544. "Everyone back," shouted the fire chief, but his voice was swallowed by a deafening sound, the roar of underground water finally breaking through his barriers. 1545. The moment Sarah saw in her vision arrived with apocalyptic force. The ground floor of the mall imploded, water gushing like a raging geyser. The foundations gave way in a chain reaction, and the building began to collapse in on itself. David Chen, still on the roof, spread his arms like wings. For an instant, his silhouette against the dark sky resembled the figure of Mothman himself. Then it disappeared amidst the chaos of concrete and water. The destruction lasted less than a minute. When the dust began to settle, where the proud shopping center once stood was just a flooded crater. The gushing water began to calm down, forming a makeshift lake that reflected the stormy sky. "No casualties," the fire chief announced, checking the final reports. Everyone was evacuated in time. Sarah looked down at her sodden notebook. The story I had come to cover on the 50th anniversary of the Mothman sightings had turned into something much bigger. It wasn't just about a mysterious creature or a series of coincidences. It was about an eternal cycle of warnings and salvation. In the days that followed, the waters receded, revealing something that left archaeologists and historians perplexed. At the bottom of the crater, partially preserved, were ruins of an ancient indigenous structure. The symbols found on its walls were identical to those that had appeared throughout the city. "They knew," explained a Shawnee tribal elder, called to examine the discovery. "Our ancestors knew the winged messengers. They come when the balance is threatened, when the greed of men ignores the warnings of the earth." David Chen's body was never found. In his apartment, authorities discovered dozens of notebooks filled with symbols and prophecies. The last entry, dated the morning of the disaster, said simply, "The cycle continues. The guardians remain." Weeks later, Sarah was in her office in Washington, finishing her article. It was not the sensational story its editor had hoped for, but a meticulous account of how a city learned to heed the warnings of the past. Photos of Chen's symbols and documents had been checked by experts who confirmed their authenticity. One night, while working late, Sarah noticed a strange reflection in her window. Two glowing red dots watched her from the darkness, but this time, he felt no fear. He understood that the Mothman was not an omen of destruction, but an ancestral guardian trying to establish a bridge between the world of men and much older and deeper forces. At Point Pleasant, water found new pathways underground, restoring the balance that had been disturbed. Old-timers say that on stormy nights, you can still hear the Mothman's scream echoing over the Ohio River, no longer a sound of terror, but a reminder that some mysteries exist to protect us from our own blindness. Sarah kept one of the brands she found at the TNT factory, a small symbol engraved in metal. Sometimes, when the light hits it from a certain angle, it seems to pulse with a light of its own, as if it wants to tell more stories about winged guardians and secrets buried in time. The cycle continues, and the red eyes watch, waiting for the moment to emerge again when balance needs to be restored. The mist crept across the green fields of Ireland as Sarah O'Connor put the last cup of tea on the silver tray that had belonged to her family for generations. The old O'Connor house, built in the 18th century, creaked under the weight of the years and the stories it held in its stone walls. Sarah, a 23-year-old with flame-colored hair and eyes as green as the Irish hills, had returned to the family estate after 5 years studying in Dublin. The reason for her return was not the happiest. Her grandfather, Patrick O'Connor, was ill. The doctors had given him just a few weeks to live, and Sarah felt she had to be there for him in his last moments. Patrick wasn't just her grandfather. He was the guardian of old family traditions and the last living link to her late mother, who had died when Sarah was just 12. As she climbed the stairs to her grandfather's room, Sarah couldn't shake the feeling that something was different that morning. The air seemed thicker, charged with an invisible electricity that made the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end. The old tapestries on the walls seemed to whisper forgotten stories, and the wind blowing through the gaps in the windows produced a sound reminiscent of a distant lament. "How are you feeling today, Grandpa?" asked Sarah, entering the large room where Patrick lay in his canopy bed. The old man, still maintaining his dignified posture, smiled weakly at his granddaughter. "Ah, Mostor, you know the O'Connors are as tough as the stones in this house," he replied, his voice hoarse, but still carrying the distinctive Irish country accent. "But I need to tell you something important. Sit here." Sarah placed the tray on the side table and sat on the edge of the bed. It was then that she noticed something peculiar. On the bedside table was an antique silver comb that she had never seen before. Her grandfather followed her gaze, and his expression became grave. "It was your grandmother who gave me this comb," Patrick explained. "And before her, it belonged to your great-grandmother. It's more than just a family heirloom, Sarah. It's a sign. A sign." Sarah frowned, feeling a shiver run down her spine. "The women in our family have always had a special gift," Patrick continued, his voice dropping to almost a whisper. "Some can see beyond the veil that separates this world from the next. Your mother had this gift, as did your grandmother before her." Sarah felt her heart race. She had always known that there was something different about her family, especially after her mother's death. On that fateful night, she swore she heard a supernatural scream, a wail that seemed to carry all the sadness in the world. "You're talking about the Banshees, aren't you?" Sarah asked, finally verbalizing what her heart already knew. The old stories her mother used to tell her came back to her mind like a whirlwind. Patrick nodded slowly. The bean seeda are more than legends, Mo Store. They are the messengers between worlds, and some ancient families, like ours, share a special bond with them. It was at that moment that an icy wind swept through the room, making the curtains dance violently. The silver comb on the nightstand vibrated slightly, and Sarah could have sworn she heard a distant whisper, as if someone was singing an ancient Gaelic melody. "The gift is passing to you now, Sarah," said Patrick, holding his granddaughter's hand with surprising strength. "You will begin to see and hear things that others cannot. It's both a blessing and a responsibility." Sarah felt the weight of those words settle on her shoulders. Memories of strange events throughout her life began to make sense. The voices she sometimes heard in the wind, the shadows she saw out of the corner of her eye, the inexplicable sense of presence that had accompanied her since she was a child. "But why now, Grandpa?" "Because the time has come," he replied with a sad smile. "The Banshees don't just appear to announce death. They are guardians of the old Irish families. And now, you must take on that role of guardian in our family." Distant thunder echoed across the fields, and Sarah noticed that the mist outside had become thicker, almost supernatural. In the reflection of the window, for a brief moment, she thought she saw a long-haired female figure dressed in green, but when she blinked, the image had disappeared. "What should I do?" asked Sarah, her voice trembling slightly. "Accept who you are," replied Patrick. "The silver comb is yours now. It will help you to see more clearly, to understand your gift. But remember, with great power comes great responsibility. The Banshees are not merely messengers of death. They are protectors of ancient bloodlines, guardians of secrets that go back to the earliest days of Ireland." Sarah picked up the silver comb, feeling its weight and the ancient energy emanating from it. The moment her fingers touched the cold metal, a series of images flashed through her mind. Long-haired women dancing in the moonlight, ancient ceremonies in stone circles, laments that echoed through the centuries. The day progressed, and with it, Sarah felt a deeper understanding of her legacy growing inside her. The shadows in the room seemed denser, more alive, and she could swear she heard whispers in an ancient, forgotten language. Her grandfather watched her with a mixture of pride and concern, knowing that the path that lay before her would not be easy. "There's a lot more you need to learn," said Patrick, his voice growing weaker. "Time is running out, and there are secrets that need to be revealed. But first, you must fully accept who you are and what you're destined to become." The mist outside had turned into an impenetrable curtain, and the wind now carried a sound that Sarah could no longer ignore, a distant, ancestral wail, calling her to a destiny she was only just beginning to understand. Dusk was approaching when Sarah finally left her grandfather's room. Her hands were still shaking as she clutched the silver comb, which seemed to pulse with an energy of its own. As she walked down the stairs of the mansion, each step echoed differently, as if the house itself was responding to her newly awakened presence. In the old kitchen, Sarah made more tea, trying to process everything her grandfather had revealed. His words about his gift and the connection with the Banshees reverberated in her mind. Memories of her childhood began to emerge in a new light. The stories her mother told her weren't just bedtime stories. They were preparations for this moment. A sudden movement by the window caught her eye. In the laundry area outside, the clothes hanging on the clothesline were dancing violently, even though the air was strangely still. Sarah approached the window, and her heart almost stopped. Between the white sheets, there was a female figure with long dark hair, dressed in shades of green, washing something that looked like a bloody garment. "It can't be," Sarah whispered, her hands clenching the windowsill. The figure slowly raised its head, its eyes meeting Sarah's. There was no malice in that look, just a deep, old sadness. The phone rang abruptly, breaking the moment. When Sarah looked out again, the figure had disappeared, leaving only the sheets swaying gently in the evening breeze. Her hands shook as she answered the phone. "Sarah, it's Dr. Murphy." The familiar voice of the family doctor sounded on the other end of the line. "I'm on my way to check on your grandfather. The latest tests have arrived, and we need to discuss a few things." "Of course, doctor," Sarah replied, trying to keep her voice steady. "I'll be waiting." After hanging up, Sarah climbed the stairs again, each step seeming heavier than the last. The silver comb in her pocket seemed to warm up, as if responding to something she couldn't yet fully understand. In the corridor leading to her grandfather's room, the family portraits on the walls seemed to be watching her more intensely. Sarah stopped in front of the photograph of her mother, taken a few months before her death. Now, with her new understanding, she could see something in her eyes that she had never noticed before, an ancient wisdom, a deep knowledge of things that existed beyond the veil of ordinary reality. "You knew, didn't you, Mom?" murmured Sarah to the portrait. "I knew it would happen to me." A soft sound, like the strumming of a harp, floated down the corridor. Sarah closed her eyes, allowing the melody to envelop her. It was an old tune, a Gaelic song her mother used to sing. But there was something different about it now, a supernatural quality that made her heart squeeze. Dr. Murphy arrived shortly afterwards, carrying a folder full of tests and that professional air that masked concern. Sarah led her into her grandfather's room, noticing how the doctor shivered slightly as she entered. "It's colder in here today," commented Dr. Murphy, adjusting her coat. Sarah just nodded, knowing that the cold had nothing to do with the actual temperature of the room. While the doctor examined her grandfather, Sarah watched the shadows in the corners of the room, which seemed to move in impossible ways. "Sarah," called her grandfather after the examination, his voice weaker than before. "Open the top drawer of the dresser. There's something else you need to see." With trembling hands, Sarah opened the indicated drawer. Inside was an old book, bound in worn green leather, with Celtic symbols engraved on the cover. As she touched it, she felt the same energy emanating from the silver comb. "It's your grandmother's diary," Patrick explained. "She recorded everything she knew about our gift, about the Banshees. It will help you better understand what's to come." Dr. Murphy watched the scene with a curious expression, as if she could sense that something important was happening, even if she didn't understand exactly what. "Mr. O'Connor, we need to adjust your medication," she said, breaking the moment. "And Sarah, can we talk outside for a moment?" In the corridor, the doctor was blunt. "Sarah, I'm sorry, but your grandfather is getting worse faster than we expected. I suggest you get ready." The doctor's words were interrupted by a distant sound, a wailing that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at the same time. Dr. Murphy looked around, confused, but it was clear that only Sarah could really hear it in all its intensity. "Did you hear something?" asked the doctor. "Just the wind," Sarah lied, feeling the weight of the book in her hands and the comb in her pocket. She knew that this lament was only the beginning, that her real test was yet to come. When the doctor left, Sarah took refuge in the house's library, lighting only an old lamp. She opened her grandmother's diary with reverence, the yellowed pages exuding a scent of history and secrets. The first words leapt off the page, as if they had a life of their own. "To the one who comes after me, know that the gift is not a curse, but a sacred responsibility. The Banshees are not just messengers of death. They are guardians of the balance between the worlds. And now, dear granddaughter, it is your turn to carry this burden." Sarah ran her fingers over the words, written in elegant calligraphy, feeling a deep connection with her grandmother, whom she had never met. Outside, the mist continued to thicken, and the distant wail of the banshees echoed through the approaching night, beckoning her to a destiny that was only just beginning to unfold. As Sarah immersed herself in the pages of her grandmother's diary, the wind outside the manor increased its intensity. The handwritten words revealed ancient secrets about the Banshees and their connection to the O'Connor family. Each page turned brought with it a new understanding of the gift that now flowed through her veins. The Banshees choose their confidants carefully. One passage read, "Not all the women in the family are chosen, only those with the strength to carry the burden of knowledge between the worlds." A sudden noise of breaking glass upstairs snapped Sarah out of her reading. Her heart raced when she realized it was coming from her grandfather's room. Running up the stairs, she found Patrick sitting on the edge of the bed, staring at the now broken window. "Grandpa, are you all right?" she asked, hurrying over to him. "They're coming in greater numbers," he replied, his voice carrying a serenity that contrasted with the situation. "The more noble we are in life, the more banshees accompany us on the passage." Sarah felt a shiver run down her spine as she noticed 3 ethereal figures outside the broken window, dressed in shades of green and white. Their long hair danced in the air as if they were underwater. Their faces, although beautiful, carried an ancient sadness. "Don't be afraid," said Patrick, holding his granddaughter's hand. "They are here to honor our family and to guide you in your new role." The silver comb in Sarah's pocket began to vibrate more intensely. When she took it out, she noticed that it shone with a light of its own, silver like moonlight. The banshees outside seemed to react to her presence, their wails becoming more melodious. "Use it," instructed Patrick. "The comb is a bridge between worlds. Through it, you'll be able to understand them better." With trembling hands, Sarah lifted the comb. The 3 figures floated closer to the broken window, their eyes fixed on the object. As Sarah ran the comb through her own red hair, a wave of sensations and images invaded her mind. She saw generations of O'Connor women before her, each carrying the same gift, the same burden. She saw her mother, young and radiant, talking to the same creatures who were now watching her. She saw her grandmother, writing in her journal by candlelight while shadows danced on the walls around her. They have something to show you, said Patrick, his breathing becoming more labored. Go with them, Mostor. Learn what you need to learn. As if responding to his words, one of the banshees extended her translucent hand through the broken window. Sarah hesitated for a moment, but something inside her knew that this was her destiny. She touched the creature's hand and felt herself being pulled into a different reality. The world around her was transformed. She was still in her grandfather's room, but it was like seeing through a veil of mist. The walls seemed to breathe, and she could see threads of golden energy connecting all the objects. The three banshees now seemed more solid, more real. Welcome to the in-between place, said one of them in Old Gaelic, which Sarah surprisingly understood. Here, worlds touch, and secrets are revealed to those who can see. The creatures began to show Sarah how reality was much more complex than she had imagined. There were layers upon layers of existence, and the banshees navigated between them, keeping the balance and guiding the souls that needed to cross over. Your gift is not just to hear our laments or to see us, explained another banshee. It's understanding the web that connects all things. It's being a guardian of the balance between worlds. Through this new perception, Sarah could see the threads of life that connected her grandfather to the material world slowly unraveling, while other, brighter threads began to form, extending into the beyond. His time is almost up, said the third banshee. But before the passing happens, you need to fully accept your role. The gift is in your blood, but the choice to embrace it is yours. Sarah looked at her grandfather, who seemed to be sleeping peacefully in bed. In between, she could see a golden aura around him, pulsating like a heart. The memories of his entire life were there, shining like stars in a complex web of events and choices. How can I be sure I'm ready? Asked Sarah, her voice echoing strangely in this altered reality. The gift was already inside you from the beginning, replied the first banshee. Every time you felt something you couldn't explain, every time you heard music in the wind or saw shadows dancing, it was your gift manifesting. Now is just the time to consciously accept what you have always been. Sarah closed her eyes, letting all the inexplicable memories of her life finally make sense. The silver comb in her hands pulsed with ancient energy, connecting her even more deeply with her legacy. When she opened her eyes again, she was back in her normal room, but her perception had changed forever. She could see the banshees clearly now, without needing the veil of the in-between place, and she understood their role with a clarity she had never had before. Did you see what you needed to see? Asked Patrick, his voice getting weaker and weaker. Yes, Grandpa, replied Sarah, holding his hand. Now I understand what it means to be a guardian. The three banshees stood outside the window, their wails now forming a harmony that spoke of farewell and renewal. Sarah knew that she was witnessing not only the end of a life, but also the beginning of her true journey as the heir to an ancestral legacy. The night wore on as Sarah remained by her grandfather's side, watching his breathing become weaker and weaker. The three banshees continued their silent vigil, their ethereal bodies emanating a soft light that illuminated the room with shades of green and silver. Her grandmother's diary rested on her lap, its pages still revealing secrets she needed to absorb. There's something else I need to tell you, Patrick whispered, his voice so low that Sarah had to lean in to hear him. About your mother, about the night she left. Sarah felt her heart squeeze. That night had always been a painful mystery in her life, surrounded by unanswered questions and hazy memories. Your mother didn't die by accident, as everyone thinks, Patrick continued, his eyes fixed on a distant point. She chose to sacrifice herself to maintain the balance between the worlds. There was an ancient prophecy. Before he could finish, a stronger gust of wind blew through the room, making the curtains dance violently. A fourth Banshee appeared, different from the others. Her dress was blood red, and her eyes glowed with an intensity that made Sarah instinctively recoil. The Morrigan, murmured Patrick, recognizing the figure. The Queen of Ghosts. The newcomer floated over to the bed, her movements as graceful as flowing water. The other Banshees bowed their heads in respect, their wails turning into an ancient chant that Sarah recognized from her mother's stories. Young Guardian, spoke Morrigan, his voice reverberating not only in the air, but inside Sarah's own mind. Your mother's sacrifice was not in vain. She was protecting something far more precious than her own life. Sarah gripped the silver comb tighter, feeling it vibrate in tune with the presence of the powerful entity. What was she protecting? The seal between the worlds, replied Morrigan. There are places in Ireland where the veil is thinner, where the barriers between reality and dream break down. Your family has always been guardians of one of these portals, hidden deep within this estate. Patrick coughed weakly, attracting everyone's attention. The circle of stones in the woods behind the house. Sarah, you need to rest now, noble guardian, interrupted Morrigan, laying a spectral hand on Patrick's forehead. Your granddaughter will understand when the time comes. Sarah watched her grandfather relax under the entity's touch, his features softening. The other Banshees began to move in a slow circle around the bed, their dresses and hair floating as if they were submerged. The stone circle, thought Sarah, remembering the place she had always been forbidden to visit as a child. Her mother always said it was dangerous, that there were ancient things sleeping there that shouldn't be disturbed. Morrigan turned her attention to Sarah. The portal is weakening. Without a guardian, the barriers will begin to crumble. You must complete your initiation before it's too late. But how? I don't know what to do. I'm not ready. Knowledge is in your blood, replied Morrigan. The comb will show you the way, and your grandmother's diary contains the necessary words. But it must be done tonight, during the moment between worlds. Sarah opened the diary, her hands trembling. Slightly, on the last pages, she found a ritual described in detail, written with an urgency that seemed to leap from the paper. It was an ancient ceremony, meant to seal the bond between a guardian and the forces she was meant to protect. You will have to choose, Morrigan said, just as your mother chose. Power comes with a price, always. The room began to spin slightly around Sarah, the walls seeming to breathe with a life of their own. Through the broken window, she could see the moon rising in the sky, its silver light bathing the landscape in spectral hues. Patrick opened his eyes one last time, meeting his granddaughter's gaze. Mo Store, trust your heart, the O'Connor Blood is strong in you. Sarah held her grandfather's hand, feeling it grow colder and colder. The banshees intensified their singing, creating a melody that seemed to weave through the very threads of reality. The Morrigan remained motionless, her ancient eyes fixed on Sarah, waiting for her decision. I need to get to the stone circle, Sarah said at last, standing up. Now, before it's too late. We'll guide you, replied Morrigan. But remember, once the ritual begins, it cannot be interrupted. The consequences would be devastating. Sarah leaned over and kissed her grandfather's forehead, feeling that it might be the last time she would see him alive. I love you, Grandpa. Rest in peace. Go, whispered Patrick. Do what needs to be done. I'll be here when you get back, one way or another. With the silver comb in one hand and the diary in the other, Sarah walked to the door. The banshees formed a silent procession behind her, their ethereal forms lighting the way. The Morrigan floated ahead, guiding her to her destination. As she descended the stairs of the manor, Sarah could feel the weight of generations of O'Connor guardians on her shoulders. The moment of her true initiation had arrived, and with it, the revelation of the true sacrifice her mother had made so many years ago. The night awaited her, laden with secrets and ancient magic, and Sarah knew that when the sun rose again, nothing would ever be the same. The icy wind whipped Sarah's face as she made her way towards the stone circle, guided by Morrigan and accompanied by the silent procession of banshees. The full moon illuminated the path through the ancient woods, its shadows dancing among the trees like restless spirits. As they approached the sacred site, Sarah could feel the ancient energy pulsing through the ground. The silver comb in her hands vibrated more and more strongly, responding to the proximity of the portal. The pages of her grandmother's diary rustled without wind, as if the words written there wanted to break free from the paper. The circle was erected by the first O'Connors who came to these lands, he explained to Morrigan, his voice echoing in Sarah's mind. They recognized the power of the place and swore to protect it, establishing a lineage of guardians that endures to this day. The circle of stones finally revealed itself before them. 12 ancient monoliths arranged in a perfect pattern, each marked with Celtic symbols that seemed to glow under the moonlight. In the center, a 13th stone, smaller than the others, emerged from the ground like a finger pointing to the sky. This is where your mother made her choice, said Morrigan, hovering over the central stone. The portal was unstable, threatening to tear the veil between the worlds. She offered her own life force to seal it again. Sarah felt hot tears streaming down her face as she finally understood the true meaning of her mother's sacrifice. The memories of that fateful night began to clear in her mind. The supernatural scream she had heard was not a harbinger of death, but the sound of the portal being sealed with blood and magic. The seal is weakening again, continued Morrigan. Can you feel it? Sarah could. There was a vibration in the air, a subtle dissonance that made her teeth ache. Through her new perception, she could see ethereal fissures in the very fabric of reality, slowly growing like cracks in glass. The banshees took up positions around the circle, their wailing turning into an ancient chant that made the stones themselves resonate in harmony. Sarah opened her grandmother's diary to the ritual page. The ancient words glowing like fire on the page. Before you begin, she warned Morrigan, you must fully understand what is at stake. The portal needs a living guardian, anchored in both the material and spiritual worlds. If you accept this role, you will never be able to leave these lands again. You will be bound to this place until another guardian takes your place. Sarah thought about her life in Dublin, the plans she had made, the dreams she had nurtured. It all seemed so distant now, so insignificant in the face of the responsibility that lay before her. The silver comb pulsed in her hands, and through it, Sarah felt the presence of all the guardians who had come before her, her mother, her grandmother, and all the other O'Connor women who had dedicated their lives to protecting the balance between the worlds. I accept, Sarah said, her voice firm, despite the fear she felt. With her hands trembling slightly, she began to read the words of the ritual, her voice blending with the singing of the banshees. The ancient Gaelic flowed from her lips as if she had spoken it all her life, each syllable charged with power and purpose. As the ritual progressed, Sarah could feel a change taking place inside her. It was as if every cell in her body was being rewritten, attuned to the ancient forces that permeated the stone circle. The silver comb in her hands began to glow with a light so intense that it seemed to be made of liquid stars. Morrigan floated over to her, his eyes burning like coals. The crucial moment is approaching. The portal must be sealed with blood and will. Sarah knew what she had to do. With the silver comb, she made a small cut in her palm, letting her blood drip onto the central stone. The drops seemed alive, snaking through the ancient symbols carved into the rock. A supernatural wind rose up, making Sarah's hair dance around her face. The cracks in reality began to close, sewn shut by the power of her voluntary sacrifice. Through her new perception, she could see the golden threads of energy intertwining, restoring the integrity of the veil between the worlds. It was then that she felt it, a familiar and beloved presence, so close that she could touch it. Her mother was there, not as a banshee, but as a soft, welcoming light that enveloped her. You have chosen well, Mo Store, whispered her mother's voice in her heart. The circle is complete once again. The ritual came to an end with one last verse spoken in unison by Sarah and the banshees. The light from the silver comb gradually dimmed, but Sarah could sense that something fundamental had changed. She was now connected not just to the circle of stones, but to the whole earth around her. Every tree, every stone, every drop of dew. Morrigan inclined her head in acknowledgement. It is done. You are now the gatekeeper, Sarah O'Connor. May your vigil be long, and your heart remain strong. The first lights of dawn were beginning to tint the horizon when Sarah felt it, the exact moment her grandfather left this world. The banshees raised their voices in a final lament, not of sadness, but of celebration for a life well lived and a duty fulfilled to the end. Sarah stood in the stone circle, feeling the weight and honor of her new role settle on her shoulders like a cloak. The silver comb, now an inseparable part of her being, gleamed softly in her hands, promising to guide her through the years and challenges to come. She was now the guardian, the protector, the bridge between worlds. And as the sun rose over the ancient O'Connor lands, Sarah knew she had found her true place, not just as the heir to an ancestral legacy, but as the continuer of a tradition that transcended time and death itself. The wind blew gently across the stone circle, carrying with it the echoes of ancient songs and renewed promises, as a new guardian took up her post in the eternal vigil between the worlds. The city lights twinkled like fallen stars through the night fog as Arya watched from the top of a skyscraper. Her long silver hair danced in the wind, and her unearthly green eyes reflected centuries of experience, carrying the burden of being a Banshee. For millennia, her sisters and she had served as messengers of death, a role she never questioned until that night. The cell phone in her pocket vibrated, a modernization that still made her smile wryly. How had an ancient mystical creature adapted so well to the digital age? The message was clear. Marcus Sullivan, 28 years old, Terminal 4 of the International Airport, expected to die at 11:47 p.m. It was his duty to show up, let his lament echo through the halls, and watch as yet another life was extinguished. But something was different this time. Maybe it was the years of watching humanity evolve. Or maybe it was the tiredness of being forever associated with tragedy. Arya couldn't stop thinking about all the lives she'd seen erased, all the screams of pain and despair she'd witnessed. He descended from the building like a shadow, his feet barely touching the ground as he moved among the night passers-by. No one noticed her. It was one of the advantages of her condition. He could walk among the living like a ghost, invisible until the moment his scream needed to be heard. At the airport, he found Marcus easily. He was sitting alone in one of the chairs in the waiting area, working on his laptop. He looked young and full of life, completely oblivious to the fate that awaited him in less than an hour. Arya approached silently, studying him. He was an attractive man, with kind eyes and an easy smile as he exchanged messages with someone. His phone vibrated again. This time, it was a warning. Interference prohibited. Remain within protocol. It was the Order of Banshees, the ancient guardians of the laws that governed their existence. They always knew when one of their sisters started to question her role. Marcus got up to buy a coffee, and Arya followed him. In line at the coffee shop, he was chatting animatedly with the barista about his upcoming trip to visit his younger sister, who had just had her first child. He would be an uncle for the first time, and his eyes sparkled as he talked about the gifts he had bought for the baby. It was at that moment that Arya felt something break inside her. How could I simply watch as death stole yet another precious moment of human connection? His hands shook as another warning arrived on his phone. Last warning, stay on protocol. The minutes passed, and Arya felt the weight of centuries of tradition pressing down on her shoulders. He saw Marcus finishing his coffee, checking the time, preparing to head to the boarding gate. 23:30. The moment was approaching. That's when he noticed the small detail that would seal Marcus's fate, his untied shoelace. Within 15 minutes, he would trip next to the escalator, hit his head at a specific angle against the metal railing, and that would be it. A banal accident, like so many others I had witnessed. Arya felt her chest tighten. For the first time in his eternal existence, he didn't want to scream. I didn't want to be the messenger of death. I wanted to be something different, something more. 23:40, 7 minutes until the fatal moment. Marcus put his laptop in his backpack and started walking towards his destination. Arya could feel the pressure of the Order of Banshees, the weight of millennia of tradition, the responsibility of maintaining balance between the worlds. But she also felt something new growing inside her: rebellion, questioning, the need to do things differently. Why should they just be messengers? Why couldn't they interfere, change, save? 23:45, 2 minutes. Marcus was approaching the escalator. Arya could see the future unfolding like a movie in her mind. The stumble, the fall, the fatal impact. His throat began to tingle, preparing for the scream that would announce yet another death. It was then that she did something no Banshee had done in thousands of years. She became visible. "Your shoelace is untied," he said softly, his melodious voice carrying a tone of urgency that made Marcus stop instantly. Time seemed to freeze. Marcus looked down, smiled gratefully, and bent down to tie his shoelaces. The fatal moment passed. Destiny was changed, and Arya felt the world tremble slightly beneath her feet. At the same moment, he felt the presence of his Banshee's sisters manifesting themselves around him, invisible but furious. The air became thick with her disapproval, and Arya knew she had crossed a line from which there was no return. He had defied the oldest laws of his species, and the consequences would be severe. Marcus continued on his way, alive and oblivious to the supernatural drama unfolding around him. Arya stood still, watching him walk away, feeling the weight of her decision and the ripples of change it had unleashed into the fabric of reality. His phone vibrated one last time. The message was different now. Council convened. Your presence is requested. Arya put the device away, knowing she had started something much bigger than simple disobedience. A revolution had begun in the very concept of destiny and free will. As the airport continued its nightly routine, Arya contemplated the path she had chosen. It wouldn't be easy, but for the first time in his long existence, he felt like he was doing something truly meaningful. The world would change, and she would be the catalyst for that change. Arya felt the air around her grow thicker as she walked through the ancient halls of the Council of Banshees, an ethereal place hidden between dimensions. The black marble walls seemed to pulse with ancient energy, and his sister's whispers echoed like a dark symphony. Her decision to save Marcus had triggered exactly the reaction she had expected: outrage and indignation among the ancients. The great council hall opened before her, an imposing circular chamber where 12 ancient banshees, the oldest of their kind, waited on obsidian thrones. His eyes glowed with unearthly colors, and his silver hair floated as if submerged in water. Arya, the voice of Morgana, the leader of the council, reverberated through the hall. You broke our most sacred code. You interfered with the natural course of death. Do you realize the gravity of your actions? Standing firm, Arya faced the accusing gazes. I am fully aware, Elder Morgana, but I question, why should we just be passive observers? The world has changed. Humanity has evolved. Why do we remain stagnant? A murmur of disapproval ran through the room. Shoban, another elder known for her strictness, stood up. Our role is to maintain balance. Each life has its own time. By saving this mortal, you may have triggered consequences that you cannot even imagine. Or perhaps it opened our eyes to possibilities we refused to see. A soft voice spoke up. It was Lyra, the youngest of the elders, known for her progressive views. For centuries, I have watched as we have become mere spectators of tragedy. Perhaps Arya is showing us a new path. The debate heated up in the hall. Some banshees defended tradition fervently, while others, especially younger ones, showed curiosity about the possibilities for change. Arya remained silent, watching as her small rebellion had torn the council in half. Silence, Morgana ordered, her voice carrying the weight of millennia. Arya, do you understand that your actions have consequences? The death you prevented needs to be balanced. The universe demands balance. It was then that Arya felt it. A disturbance in the web of destiny. His phone buzzed with a new notification. Imbalance detected. Multiple deaths imminent. Location: Central Hospital. His heart froze as he realized the implications. See what you did? Siobhan accused. By saving one life, he condemned others. Death always takes its toll. Arya did not wait for the trial to continue. He materialized instantly at the Central Hospital, where chaos ensued. A fire had started in the emergency ward, and panic spread through the corridors. He could feel death approaching multiple lives simultaneously as she moved through the hospital, invisible among doctors and panicked patients. Arya noticed something different. Other banshees were beginning to appear. They were his younger sisters, the ones who had shown sympathy for his cause in the council. They had also decided to break the rules. We can't let this happen, said Fiona, a red-haired banshee who had always secretly admired Arya's courage. If we are going to change, let it be now. Together, they began to act. They became visible momentarily to guide people to emergency exits, whispered life-saving warnings, moved objects to create escape paths. Every little interference was an affront to the old laws, but also an affirmation of a new purpose. The air was thick with smoke and screams when Arya found a nurse trying to evacuate the pediatric ward. Without hesitation, he made himself visible and helped carry children to safety. In the process, he saw his reflection in a window. His eyes, once green, now glowed with a golden hue, a physical change that reflected his inner transformation. The council elders appeared at the hospital, their imposing presences filled with fury and disapproval. But something unexpected happened. Upon seeing their younger sisters actively saving lives, some of them hesitated. Lyra was the first to join the rescue effort, followed by others who began to question centuries of tradition. When the last person was removed from the burning hospital, Arya found herself face to face with Morgana again. The old woman watched her with a complex expression, mixing disapproval and a hint of reluctant admiration. You started something that cannot be undone, Morgana declared. The balance between life and death, which we have maintained for millennia, is changing. Arya nodded, feeling the weight and release of her actions. Maybe it's time for us to evolve, to be more than messengers of death. We can be guardians of balance in a different way. A group of her sisters gathered around her, both young and old, united by the transformative experience of that night. The old world of the Banshees was changing, and there was no turning back. The question now was, where would they go from there? As fire engine sirens echoed in the distance and smoke cleared into the night sky, Arya looked at her sisters and saw not only allies in their rebellion, but partners in a new journey. Destiny and free will had become intertwined in a unique way, and they were at the center of this transformation. The consequences of Arya's rebellion spread like ripples on a still lake, affecting not only the world of Banshees, but also the delicate balance between life and death. In the days following the hospital incident, a new system began to emerge, with Banshees young and old working together to redefine their role in the modern world. Arya walked through the halls of the Isha's new transition center, a space created between dimensions where Banshees now gathered to discuss specific cases. The place blended the Council's ancient architecture with contemporary elements. Holographic screens displayed information about future events, while ancient tapestries told the story of their species. "We have a complex situation," announced Lyra, now coordinator of the new selective intervention program. "A train accident is predicted for tomorrow. 57 lives at risk." Arya studied the holographic projections that showed multiple possible scenarios. Her sisters had discovered that by intervening strategically, they could minimize losses without causing catastrophic imbalances like the hospital incident. "The challenge will be to maintain balance," pondered Fiona, who had become one of the group's main strategists. "We can't save everyone, but we can reduce the impact." As they discussed the possibilities, Arya noticed a familiar presence. Marcus Sullivan, the man she had saved at the airport, appeared on one of the screens. Her act of saving him had created a sort of invisible connection, allowing her to monitor him occasionally. He was on the train destined for the accident. "That's interesting," observed Morgana, who had accepted an advisory role in the new order. "The man who started all this change is once again at the center of a critical event. Maybe it's no coincidence." Arya felt a tightness in her chest. There was something bigger at work, a web of interconnected destinies that she was just beginning to understand. "We need a new approach," he declared. "We can't just choose who lives or dies. We need to understand the larger pattern." Using a combination of modern technology and ancient Banshee magic, they began to map the connections between the train's passengers. Marcus, they discovered, was traveling with a group of medical researchers on their way to an important conference. Their research could save thousands of lives in the future. "Look at this." Lyra pointed to a series of golden lines that connected different points in the projection. Each life on the train is linked to dozens of others. It's like a web of possibilities. The younger Banshees began to propose different intervention strategies, while the older Banshees contributed their centuries-old wisdom about the patterns of death. It was a unique fusion of innovation and tradition that had never been attempted before. "We can use our visibility selectively," Fiona suggested. "Only show up to key people who can make a difference." Arya agreed, but something still bothered her. He approached one of the screens, studying Marcus's face. Since saving him, he had noticed subtle changes in his own nature. His golden eyes weren't the only transformation. He was developing a deeper understanding of the connections between human lives. "There's something we're not seeing," he murmured, touching the holographic image. The instant his fingers met the light, a wave of energy swept through the room. The projections shook, and for a moment, all the banshees present saw something extraordinary. A complete web of fates, not just of the train's passengers, but of all the lives connected to them. "Impressive," Morgana whispered, her ancient eyes widening at the revelation. "Our abilities are evolving. We are no longer just messengers of death. We are becoming guardians of the very fabric of destiny." The discovery brought a new perspective to his mission. It wasn't just about saving lives or maintaining balance. It was about understanding and guiding the natural flow of events in a more harmonious way. With this new understanding, they developed a plan for the train accident. Rather than trying to prevent the tragedy altogether, they would work to redirect it in a way that preserves the most crucial connections and minimizes the impact on the webs of fate. "We need to split into groups," Arya organized the teams. "Some of us will appear as regular passengers, others will work behind the scenes. We need to be subtle, but effective." As they prepared for the intervention, Arya couldn't help but think about how her impulsive decision to save a single life had triggered such a profound transformation in her species. The Banshees were becoming something new, something that combined their old purpose with a deeper understanding of the complexity of life. "Are you ready?" Lyra asked, placing a hand on her shoulder. "Tomorrow will be a crucial test of our new path." Arya nodded, watching her sisters prepare, each of them carrying a unique blend of determination and hope. "We are writing a new chapter in our history," he replied. "And this time, we won't just be observers." The night wore on as they refined their plans, each Banshee contributing their unique abilities to the mission that awaited them. The fate of the train and its passengers was in their hands, but they now understood that it wasn't about simply avoiding death. It was about finding the perfect balance between destiny and possibility. The morning of the predicted accident arrived with palpable tension in the air. Strategically spread throughout the train, the Banshees occupied different positions, some visible as ordinary passengers, others invisible, monitoring every detail. Arya watched Marcus through the carriage window, sitting a few rows away, engrossed in his laptop as he reviewed his presentation for the medical conference. The plan they had developed was complex and required perfect synchronization. Each Banshee had a specific role, and Arya coordinated everything through a newly discovered telepathic connection. Yet another of the transformations her species had been experiencing since the initial rebellion. First phase underway, Fiona communicated mentally, disguised as a railway employee. She had managed to make subtle changes to the train's control system, gradually reducing its speed in a way that not even the operators themselves would notice. Lyra, in turn, was positioned a few kilometers ahead, where the accident was expected to happen. Their task was to manipulate environmental elements that could minimize the impact of the inevitable collision. The ancients had taught that some deaths could not be completely avoided without causing greater imbalances. The art was in shaping them in such a way as to preserve as many vital connections as possible. As the train moved forward, Arya felt more and more clearly the web of destinies that connected the passengers. It was like a visual symphony of intertwining golden lines, each representing possibilities and potential futures. Marcus, in particular, shined as a crucial node in this web. His research into cell regeneration was destined to save countless lives. Anomaly detected. Morgana's voice echoed in everyone's minds. The Ancient One was monitoring the currents of fate from an ethereal vantage point. The pattern is changing in unexpected ways. Arya felt it before she saw it. A new line of possibility forming, bright and insistent. A small child, no more than 5 years old, had just entered the carriage with his mother. The girl was carrying a small stuffed bear, and for some reason, its presence drastically altered all the calculations they had made. She shouldn't be here, Lyra whispered through the connection. This child, she has a different destiny. Important. The Banshees began to quickly recalculate their positions and strategies. The girl's presence had introduced a variable that made his original plan dangerously unstable. Arya watched as the lines of fate twisted and rearranged themselves, forming new patterns that demanded an immediate response. We have to adapt, Arya decided, her mental voice carrying authority. Fiona, redirect more power to the braking system. Lyra, I need you to strengthen the protective barriers on the third car. Time seemed to move differently as they worked, each Banshee adjusting their part of the plan in real time. The former rigidity of their rules had given way to a flexibility that allowed them to respond to changing fates with grace and precision. It was then that Arya noticed something extraordinary. Marcus had made eye contact with the teddy bear girl and was smiling gently at her. At that moment, a new golden connection formed between them, so bright it almost dazzled. The revelation hit Arya like a bolt of lightning. It wasn't just about saving individual lives. It was about protecting the moments that created those crucial connections. The point of impact is approaching, Morgana warned. 40 seconds. Arya stood up, moving determinedly down the hallway. He was momentarily visible to whisper a warning to the train driver, who instinctively applied the emergency brakes. At the same time, other Banshees worked together, subtly guiding passengers to safer positions through small suggestions and seemingly natural coincidences. 10 seconds. Morgana's countdown echoed in their minds. The impact, when it came, was significantly smaller than originally predicted. The train shook violently. Windows shattered and screams filled the carriages. But total catastrophe had been averted. The Banshees watched, some visible as passengers or employees helping with relief, others invisible, ensuring that the most important connections were preserved. Marcus, who had instinctively protected the girl from the teddy bear during the impact, now helped her and her mother safely off the train. Arya watched with satisfaction as that simple action further strengthened the golden connection between them, a connection that she now realized would have ramifications for decades to come. The balance has been maintained, Morgana declared, her voice carrying a mixture of relief and admiration, and in a way we never imagined possible. As rescue teams arrived at the scene, the Banshees gathered invisibly to assess the results. There were losses. Some were inevitable, but the number of lives preserved and, more importantly, The number of crucial connections maintained exceeded their most optimistic expectations. This is just the beginning, Lyra reflected, watching as the lines of fate continued to adjust and evolve around them. We are learning to work with destiny, not just observe it, Arya nodded, her golden eyes fixed on Marcus, who was now talking to paramedics, still holding the little girl's hand while her mother received care. That unexpected connection between them was living proof that destiny was more flexible and richer in possibilities than the Banshees had ever imagined. The sun was beginning to set when the last victims were removed from the crash site. The Banshees prepared to leave, each carrying with them new understandings of their role in the great fabric of existence. They were no longer just messengers of death, nor simply saviors of lives. They had become something more complex and deeper, guardians of the connections that gave meaning to life itself. The weeks following the train incident brought profound changes to the world of the Banshees. The transition center had transformed into a vibrant place of activity where old traditions merged harmoniously with new discoveries. Arya, watching her sister's constant movement through the hallways, realized that her little rebellion had grown into something much bigger than she had ever imagined. On a particularly busy morning, Lyra arrived with intriguing news. The little girl on the train, who they discovered was called Sophie, had developed a unique sensitivity. She could see the Banshees even when they were invisible. More than that, she seemed to instinctively understand the golden connections that bound people together. It's like she's a bridge between our worlds, Lyra explained, projecting holographic images that showed Sophie interacting with the Fate, lines in a similar way to the Banshees. And it's not the only one. We're finding more humans with similar abilities. Arya wasn't entirely surprised. Since they began to interfere more actively in the fabric of destiny, they had noticed subtle changes in human consciousness. Marcus, for example, although he could not see the Banshees clearly, had developed an extraordinary intuition for critical moments. The veil between our worlds is becoming thinner, observed Morgana, who had become a respected mentor in the New Order. Maybe it's a natural part of evolution, both theirs and ours. The Transition Center now housed a new wing dedicated to the study of these emerging connections. Younger Banshees worked side by side with the older ones, developing ways to train and guide sentient humans like Sophie. It was delicate work that required a perfect balance between revelation and protection. During one of these study sessions, Arya received an alert on her phone, a different notification than the old impending death messages. It was a complex pattern of connections forming, centered on a local hospital. Interestingly, both Marcus and Sophie were involved. We need to look into this, Arya decided, gathering a small team that included Fiona and Lyra. Upon arriving at the hospital, they found an extraordinary scene. Marcus was presenting the results of his research into cell regeneration, and Sophie, who was there for a routine checkup, had inexplicably wandered into the conference room. The golden lines of fate danced around them with an intensity Arya had never witnessed. Marcus's research, unconsciously influenced by his experience on the train, had taken an unexpected direction. He was developing a treatment that combined conventional medicine with an almost intuitive understanding of the human body. It's like he's tapped into something bigger, Fiona whispered, watching the connections intertwine, something that has always been there, but that we are only now beginning to understand. Sophie, sitting quietly in the back of the room, drew patterns in her notebook that strikingly resembled the webs of fate that the banshees could see. Her stuffed bear, the same one from the day of the accident, rested on her lap like a kind of anchor between worlds. It was at that moment that Arya fully understood the impact of her initial decision to save Marcus. It hadn't just been about saving a life. It had been about initiating a fundamental transformation in the way worlds interacted. The Banshees were no longer just observers or interveners. They were facilitators of natural evolution. "We need to expand the center," declared Arya during an emergency council meeting. "It's no longer just about managing death or saving lives. It's about nurturing these new connections, this growing understanding between worlds." The elders, who had previously resisted the change, were now its most ardent supporters. They saw how the ancient wisdom of the Banshees could be applied in new ways, how they could help humanity develop a deeper understanding of life, death, and the infinite possibilities in between. The work was challenging and often unpredictable. Each new connection that was formed, each human that developed special sensitivities, brought with it unique questions that needed to be carefully considered. But the Banshees had learned to embrace uncertainty, to see change as opportunities for growth. On a quiet afternoon, Arya found Sophie in the hospital garden, where the girl often went after her therapy sessions. She was drawing again, and her drawings showed a surprising understanding of the connections that tied all things together. "You see them too, don't you?" Sophie asked, without looking up from her drawing. "The golden lines that connect people." Arya smiled, sitting down next to her. "Yes, I see. And you're helping other people see it too, in your own way." The transformation that had begun with an act of rebellion was now blossoming into something much greater. The Banshees had found a new purpose, not abandoning their ancestral role, but expanding it to encompass a deeper understanding of life and its infinite possibilities. The sun was setting on the horizon, painting the sky with shades of gold that resembled the lines of destiny. Arya watched as Marcus walked out of the hospital after another day of research, as Sophie waved to him with her stuffed bear, as the connections between them sparkled with endless possibilities. The world was changing, and the Banshees were changing with it, guiding and being guided by a new understanding of the balance between destiny and free will. It was the beginning of a new era, not just for the Banshees, but for all beings that inhabited the different planes of existence. And Arya, watching all this unfold, knew her journey was just beginning. The sun was slowly setting over the small coastal town of Shimanami, painting the sky with orange hues that were reflected in the calm waters of the Mizugawa River. Yuki Tanaka, a 12-year-old girl with black hair in a messy ponytail, sat by the river, throwing pebbles into the water as she watched the last fishermen gather their nets. Her grandfather, Kenji, always said that this was the most dangerous time of the day, when the creatures of the river began to awaken. "Yuki-chan," her mother's voice echoed from the traditional wooden house at the top of the hill. "It's getting late." But Yuki didn't want to go back. Ever since her grandfather had fallen ill 3 months ago, She had spent more and more time by the river, as if the waters could whisper the cure that the doctors couldn't find. The hospital in the big city had given her a discouraging diagnosis, a rare blood disease with no known treatment. The girl sighed, picking up another smooth pebble. Before throwing it, she noticed something strange in the water, a greenish glow that didn't seem natural. For a moment, she thought she saw a face watching her from the depths, but convinced herself that it was just a reflection of the setting sun in the water. In the village, everyone knew the stories about the kappa. Yuki's grandfather was especially well versed in them, having devoted much of his life to studying the local legends. In his stories, the kappa was not the bloodthirsty monster that some described, but a complex creature capable of great wisdom and generosity as long as it was treated with due respect. If you ever meet a kappa, his grandfather always said, remember to bow deeply. He won't be able to help but reciprocate, and when he does, the water from his head will spill out. Without it, he loses his strength and becomes vulnerable. That evening during dinner, Yuki barely touched his rice. His mother, Sakura, a woman with a gentle but tired expression, tried to keep up a cheerful conversation, but his grandfather's absence at the table was painfully noticeable. Tomorrow we'll visit him in hospital, said Sakura, pouring more tea. The doctor said he's a bit more cheerful today. Yuki nodded silently, thinking of the face she had believed she saw. In the river, an idea began to form in her mind, one that her mother would certainly not approve of. After everyone had gone to bed, Yuki stayed awake, planning. Her grandfather's stories about the kappa's medicinal knowledge echoed in her mind. If the doctors couldn't help, maybe there was another solution. The next morning, before the sun had even risen, Yuki quietly slipped out of the house. In her backpack, she carried a special offering, 3 fresh cucumbers bought with her savings at the market the day before. She also carried a small notebook in which she had carefully written down everything her grandfather had ever told her about the kappas. The river was different in the early hours of the morning, shrouded in a low mist that gave the place an almost magical atmosphere. Yuki walked to her usual spot, but this time, instead of simply sitting down, she began to organize her offering. She laid out the cucumbers on a small white towel she had brought from home, arranging them carefully. Then he knelt down and began to recite the words his grandfather had taught him, an ancient Japanese prayer that, according to him, was especially appreciated by the creatures of the river. Time passed slowly. The sun began to rise over the horizon, dispelling the mist. Yuki remained motionless, determined. Her legs were beginning to ache from the position, but she refused to move. Then she heard a gentle sound of moving water, different from the natural flow of the river. Her heart raced as she saw bubbles rising to the surface, just a few meters from where she stood. The water began to swirl in a small eddy, and then a greenish head emerged from the water, large, curious eyes fixed on it. The kappa was exactly as her grandfather had described, the size of a child, with a beak like a turtle's, and a cavity at the top of its head, filled with water that reflected the morning light. Yuki felt her initial fear give way to determination. He remembered his grandfather's teachings, and, keeping his eyes lowered in a sign of respect, bowed deeply. As expected, the kappa couldn't help but return the courtesy, and Yuki heard the sound of falling water as he bowed. But she didn't try to take advantage of his momentary weakness. That would be disrespectful and could ruin everything. When she raised her head again, the kappa was watching her with an expression that seemed to mix surprise and approval. His eyes moved to the cucumbers laid out on the towel, and a small smile formed on his beak. Honorable Kappa-sama, Yuki began, her voice trembling slightly. I've come to ask for your help. My grandfather is very ill, and the doctors don't know how to cure him. He always spoke of your great wisdom and medicinal knowledge. The kappa tilted his head, listening intently. His eyes, Yuki noticed, were much kinder than she had imagined, although there was an ancient wisdom in them that made her feel very young and small. Thus began a journey that would change not only Yuki's life, but that of her entire family. What she didn't yet know was that the price of the kappa's help would be more complex than simple offerings of cucumbers, and that her own courage and compassion would be tested in ways she had never imagined. In the days following his meeting with the kappa, Yuki established a peculiar routine. Every morning, before sunrise, she would discreetly leave her house and walk down to the Mizugawa River, always carrying a fresh cucumber as an offering. The kappa, who she now knew was called Mizuki, would appear punctually, emerging from the waters with his characteristic aquatic grace. During these early morning visits, Mizuki began to teach Yuki about the healing properties of the plants that grew on the banks of the river. With nimble, green fingers, he showed Yuki which leaves to pick, how to identify the most potent shoots, and the correct way to prepare infusions. Yuki meticulously wrote everything down in her notebook, determined not to miss any detail that might help her grandfather. Plants talk to us, explained Mizuki in her soft, melodious voice, which resembled the sound of running water. But few humans still know how to listen. One particularly important morning, Mizuki revealed something that made Yuki's heart leap. There was a rare plant with extraordinary properties that could help her grandfather. The problem was that it only grew in one specific place, a small island in the middle of the deepest lake in the region, 3 days' walk from the village. It's not an easy journey, warned Mizuki, her eyes reflecting genuine concern. And the plant only blooms during the full moon, which will be in 5 days. Yuki felt the weight of responsibility on her shoulders. She would have to find a way to make this journey without her mother finding out. In addition, there were the dangers along the way. The lake was known for its treacherous waters and not always friendly creatures. At home, Sakura began to notice subtle changes in her daughter. Yuki was quieter, more thoughtful, and I often caught her consulting old maps of the region that belonged to her grandfather. One afternoon, while Yuki was absent-mindedly organizing her backpack with supplies, her mother entered the room unannounced. "What are you planning, Yuki-chan?" asked Sakura, her voice a mixture of curiosity and concern. For a moment, Yuki considered telling her everything about Mizuki, about the medicinal plant, about her mission, but she knew that her mother, as understanding as she was, would never allow her to make such a dangerous journey alone. "I'm just organizing a few things, Mom," she replied, trying to sound casual. "Maybe we can have a picnic at the weekend." Sakura didn't look entirely convinced, but she smiled and left the room. That evening, over dinner, she commented on how Yuki was becoming more and more like her grandfather, always curious, always in search of adventure and knowledge. The next morning, Mizuki introduced Yuki to another kappa, an old man called Takeshi, who knew all the safe routes through the mountains to the lake. With shrewd eyes and a cavity in his head that seemed deeper than Mizuki's, Takeshi drew a detailed map in the damp earth by the river. Follow the path of the migratory birds, he instructed, pointing to specific markings. And remember, not all kappa are as friendly as we are. Some still hold old grudges against humans. Yuki absorbed every word, every instruction. As the day of the full moon approached, she refined her plans, prepared her supplies, and strengthened her resolve. Mizuki promised to accompany her part of the way through the rivers and streams that connected. But there were stretches that she would have to travel alone. On her last visit to the hospital, before her planned departure, Yuki found her grandfather weaker than ever. Even so, his eyes sparkled when she entered the room. And for a moment, she saw in him the strong, adventurous man he used to be. You have something different in your eyes, little one, he said, taking her hand. The same sparkle your grandmother had when she was about to do something extraordinary. Yuki squeezed her grandfather's hand, feeling tears forming in her eyes. I'm going to bring you something special, Ji-chan, she promised. Something that will help you get better. That evening, while finishing packing her backpack, Yuki found an ancient jade amulet that had belonged to her grandmother. Her mother had always said that it brought protection to travelers. Without thinking twice, she put it around her neck, feeling instantly braver. The plan was set. She would leave before dawn the next day, leaving only a note for her mother. She knew it would cause concern, but she also knew that this could be her only chance to help her grandfather. With Mizuki as her guide, and the knowledge passed on by Takeshi, she hoped to complete her mission in time. As she prepared for bed, Yuki looked out of the window at the crescent moon in the sky. In a few days, she would be complete, and with it would come the opportunity to harvest the mysterious plant. Her last memory, before falling asleep, was Mizuki's voice saying, "Remember, Yuki-chan, true strength lies not in the water we carry on our heads, but in the courage we carry in our hearts." The first light of dawn had barely begun to touch the horizon when Yuki slipped quietly out of the house. Her heart was heavy, thinking about the note she had left on her bed, but she knew it was necessary. With her backpack on her back and the jade amulet around her neck, she ran towards the river where Mizuki was waiting for her. The kappa was already there, his greenish silhouette standing out against the morning mist. Next to him was Takeshi, the old man, who held something in his scaly hands, a small antique ceramic flask. "For your journey," said Takeshi, handing Yuki the flask. "Water from the sacred river. Keep it with you. At all times, it will attract other friendly kappa if you need help." Yuki carefully put the flask away in her backpack, along with the fresh cucumbers, notebook, and basic supplies she had prepared. Mizuki gestured for her to follow him, and together they began their journey along the river. The first few hours were quiet, with Mizuki swimming gracefully close to the shore, while Yuki walked, occasionally helping her find the best paths through the dense vegetation. The Kappa shared old stories about the region, speaking of times when humans and river creatures lived in greater harmony. When the sun was high in the sky, they came to a fork where the river split into two paths. Here, said Mizuki, begins the most challenging part of your journey. The path on the right is shorter, but dangerous. The one on the left is longer, but safer. Yuki studied both paths, remembering the map Takeshi had drawn. The path on the right passed through territory known to harbor less friendly Kappa, but it would save almost a whole day's travel, precious time, considering the approach of the full moon. After a few moments' thought, Yuki chose the right-hand path. I can't afford to waste time, she explained to Mizuki, who nodded with a mixture of concern and approval. Then I should warn you, he said, that on this stretch of river live the Kaiko brothers, 3 Kappa known for their explosive temper. They don't like humans, since fishermen destroyed part of their territory many generations ago. Yuki swallowed, but remained firm in her decision. Mizuki explained that she could accompany her only as far as the beginning of the Kaiko brothers' territory. After that, she would be on her own. As they advanced, the environment began to change subtly. The vegetation became denser and darker, and the sound of the river seemed deeper, almost threatening. Yuki noticed strange markings on the tree's symbols that looked like they had been made with sharp claws. They're warnings, explained Mizuki. Territorial markings from the Kaiko brothers. When they reached the point where Mizuki was supposed to leave her, he held Yuki's hand for a moment. Remember what you've learned. Courtesy and respect are your best weapons. And don't forget, the holy water, use it wisely. With one last look of encouragement, Mizuki dived into the water, leaving Yuki alone. For the first time since the start of their journey, she adjusted her backpack on her shoulders and continued walking, her fingers unconsciously touching the jade amulet around her neck, the first sign that she had entered the Kaiko brothers' territory came in the form of a sudden, unnatural silence. The birds stopped singing, and even the sound of the river seemed muffled. Yuki stayed alert, remembering her grandfather's teachings on how to deal with river creatures. It wasn't long before she realized she was being watched. Greenish reflections in the water, quick movements in the corner of her vision. The Kaiko brothers were testing her, evaluating her before revealing themselves. Yuki decided to stop in a small clearing near the river. With deliberate and respectful movements, she removed 3 cucumbers from her backpack and carefully arranged them on a flat stone at the water's edge. Then she knelt down and began to recite the ancient prayer her grandfather had taught her. For a few moments, nothing happened. Then 3 greenish heads emerged simultaneously from the water, the Kaiko brothers. They were larger than Mizuki, with harsher expressions and old scars on their scaly skins. A human child in our territory, said the largest of them, his voice as deep as distant thunder. What gall is that? Yuki remained calm, remembering Mizuki's words about the importance of courtesy. He bowed deeply, keeping his eyes lowered in a sign of respect. As expected, the 3 Kappa couldn't help but reciprocate the gesture, and the sound of falling water echoed in the clearing. I humbly ask permission to cross your territory, said Yuki, his voice firm despite his fear. I'm traveling in search of a medicinal plant to save my grandfather's life. The Kaiko brothers exchanged glances, seeming surprised by her honesty and formality. The youngest of the three approached, examining the offerings she had left. You know our customs, he observed, and you bring appropriate gifts. The eldest of the brothers swam to the shore, his eyes fixed on Yuki with a piercing intensity. Why should we trust a human? Your kind has betrayed us before. It was then that Yuki had an idea. Carefully, she took out the vial of sacred water from her backpack. This water was a gift from Takeshi-sama, she explained, to prove that I come in peace and with the blessing of the Kappa of the Misugawa River. The three brothers' eyes widened as they recognized the ancient bottle. The eldest took it reverently, removing the lid to smell its aroma. After a moment's consideration, he handed the bottle back to Yuki. You speak the truth, he declared, and you show wisdom beyond your years. You may cross our territory, but you must promise to keep the ways of the Kappa a secret. Yuki bowed again deeply, his heart overflowing with relief and gratitude. The youngest of the brothers even offered to guide her across the most treacherous part of the river, where the currents were especially strong. As she continued her journey, now with an unexpected guide, Yuki reflected on how right her grandfather had been. Respect and courtesy really were the keys to dealing with the creatures of the river, but there was still a long way to go, and the clock was ticking. The full moon was approaching, and with it, the crucial moment of their mission. After the surprising alliance with the Kaiko brothers, Yuki set off with renewed energy. The youngest of the brothers, who introduced himself as Kenshin, swam calmly beside her, guiding her through the most difficult stretches of the river. As they progressed, the landscape began to change dramatically. The banks became steeper and rockier, and the air colder as they approached the mountains. The sacred lake is beyond that peak, explained Kenshin, pointing to a distant mountain covered in mist. But there's another challenge before we get there, the Valley of Eternal Mists. Yuki consulted her notebook, recalling the map drawn by Takeshi. The Valley of Eternal Mists was a mythical place, where the veil between the spirit world and the physical world was said to be thinner. Even the Kappa avoided that region whenever possible. As the day progressed, Yuki began to notice subtle changes in the environment. The sound of the river became softer, almost musical, and strange lights occasionally danced between the trees. Kenshin became more and more restless, until he finally stopped at a small cove. This is as far as I can keep up with you, he said, his voice heavy with concern. The valley begins just after that bend. Remember, in the valley, not everything you see is real, and not everything that is real can be seen. Yuki thanked him for his help with a deep bow, offering him his last cucumber as a parting gift. Before leaving, Kenshin added, "If you meet the guardian of the valley, don't look directly into her eyes. But don't look away completely either. That would be considered an insult." With these enigmatic words echoing in her mind, Yuki continued. Alone, the mist began to thicken rapidly until she could barely see a few meters in front of her. The sound of the river became her only reliable guide through the ethereal whiteness. As he walked, whispering voices seemed to emerge from the mist, some familiar, others completely strange. At one point, he was sure he heard his grandfather's, voice calling his name. But he remembered Kenshin's warning. Not everything he perceived was real. The hours passed strangely in the valley. The sun, when visible through the mist, seemed to jump irregularly in the sky, as if time itself were distorted. Yuki stayed focused on following the sound of the river, resisting the temptation to investigate the mysterious lights and tempting voices that surrounded her. It was then that she saw it, an ethereal figure floating on the water. It was the guardian of the valley, exactly as described in the old stories. A woman of supernatural beauty, with long hair that seemed to be made of mist, and a kimono that changed color with every movement. Remembering Kenshin's advice, Yuki kept his gaze on the guardian's chin. Bowing respectfully, the figure floated towards her, and the air around her became noticeably colder. Little traveler. The guardian's voice was like distant music. What brings you to my domain? Yuki explained her mission, talking about her sick grandfather and the medicinal plant she needed to find. As she spoke, she noticed that the mist around them had become denser, forming a perfect circle that isolated them from the rest of the valley. Your journey is noble, said the guardian, but the price for crossing my valley is not paid with words or reverence. It must be paid with memories. Yuki's heart raced. Memories? Yes. To move forward, you must give me your most precious memory of your grandfather. You will keep the knowledge that he exists and his mission, but the memory itself will be mine. Yuki felt tears forming in her eyes. Her memories of her grandfather were her most precious treasures, especially now that he was so ill. But then she remembered the purpose of her journey. She wasn't there just to preserve memories, but to create the possibility of making new ones. After a moment of deep reflection, Yuki chose the memory of his first fishing trip with his grandfather when he was just 6 years old. It was a golden memory of a perfect day, full of laughter and gentle teachings. With silent tears streaming down her face, she nodded. The guardian reached out a translucent hand, gently touching Yuki's forehead. For an instant, the memory flashed vividly in her mind, her grandfather's smile, the warmth of the sun, the sparkle of the water, and then it was gone. There was only a vague feeling that something important had happened that day, but the details were gone. Your offering is accepted, declared the guardian. You may pass. The mist began to dissipate, revealing a clear path through the valley. Before disappearing completely, the guardian added, your courage and sacrifice will not be forgotten, little one. When your mission is complete, look for me again. With a heart heavy from the loss of her memory, but determined in her purpose, Yuki continued her journey. The valley of eternal mists gradually fell behind her, and before her rose majestically the mountain that guarded the sacred lake. The sun was beginning to set, painting the sky in dramatic colors. Yuki consulted her notebook once more, calculating the time remaining. The full moon would be the following night. She would need to climb the mountain and find the lake before. Then, adjusting her backpack and touching the jade amulet for courage, she began the ascent. The climb up the mountain tested every muscle in Yuki's body. The air became thinner as she gained altitude, and the biting wind seemed to whisper ancient stories between the rocks. Her hands, scratched and sore from climbing, clung to each ledge with renewed determination as she thought of her grandfather. As night approached, Yuki found a small cave to rest in. As she ate some of the onigiri she had brought from home, she watched the almost full moon rising over the horizon. Tomorrow night, she would need to be not only at the lake, but on the small island in its center, where the medicinal plant grew. Sleep came in restless fragments, populated by dreams of dancing kappas and memories that seemed incomplete. The price paid in the Valley of Eternal Mists still weighed heavily on her heart. He woke up before dawn, his muscles protesting against the hard floor of the cave, but his determination stronger than ever. The last part of the climb proved to be the most challenging. The path became almost vertical in some sections, and Yuki had to use all her agility and courage to keep going. When she finally reached the top, the sun was high in the sky, and the view took her breath away. In front of her stretched a lake with waters so crystal clear that they seemed to be made of liquid glass. In the center of the lake, exactly as described, was a small island covered in lush vegetation that seemed to glow with a light of its own. Yuki consulted his notes one last time. He needed to reach the island before nightfall, when the full moon would begin to exert its influence on the medicinal plant. As she studied the best way to get down to the lake shore, a movement in the water caught her eye. 3 figures emerged gracefully. They were kappas, but different from anyone she had met so far. Their skins had a deep bluish hue, and the cavities in their heads seemed to contain not ordinary water, but something that sparkled like liquid stars. "Welcome, young traveler," said the tallest of the creatures, her melodious voice echoing over the surface of the lake. "I am Amaya, guardian of this sacred lake. Mizuki warned us of your arrival." Relief flooded Yuki's heart when she heard the name of her first kappa friend. She bowed deeply, formally introducing herself and explaining her mission. Amaya and her companions listened attentively, their ancient eyes shining with wisdom and compassion. "The plant you seek is precious," Amaya explained. "It only blooms under the light of the full moon, and its healing power is unparalleled. But reaching it won't be easy. The waters of this lake hold deep secrets, and not all of its inhabitants are hospitable." As if to emphasize his words, something large moved in the depths of the lake, creating ripples on the hitherto perfect surface. The other 2 kappas exchanged worried glances. "I can help you cross the lake," offered Amaya, "but the island itself is sacred territory. No aquatic creature may set foot on it. You must complete the last part of the journey alone." The sun was beginning its descent over the horizon when the preparations were completed. Amaya created a small raft using special aquatic plants, intertwining them with an ancient skill. As she worked, she shared with Yuki the secrets to identifying and harvesting the medicinal plant correctly. "Remember," she said, "the plant must be harvested exactly when the full moon is at its zenith. Not a moment before, not a moment after." With her heart racing, Yuki boarded the fragile raft. Amaya and her companions began to guide her through the crystal clear waters, swimming in a triangular formation to protect her from any underwater threats. As they advanced, Yuki could see mysterious shapes moving in the depths, some beautiful, others disturbing. As they neared the island, an underwater roar made the raft shake. An ancient creature, something between a serpent and a dragon, partially emerged from the water, its eyes fixed on Yuki for thousands of years. "The guardian of the island," whispered Amaya. "You must prove your worth before you set foot on sacred ground." The guardian rose even higher out of the water, his imposing presence making Yuki feel tiny. But instead of fear, she felt a strange calm. Slowly, she took out the vial of sacred water and the jade amulet, presenting them to the guardian. To her surprise, the creature brought its huge snout closer, delicately sniffing the objects. Its eyes met Yuki's, and at that moment, she understood. The guardian wasn't testing her strength or courage, but the purity of her intentions. With a smooth movement that barely disturbed the waters, the guardian submerged again, leaving a clear path to the island. The sun had almost disappeared over the horizon, and the full moon was beginning to rise, majestic and bright. "Go," said Amaya. "Your moment has come." Yuki jumped off the raft onto the shore of the island, immediately feeling the special energy of the place. The vegetation seemed to pulsate with a life of its own, and the air was charged with unfamiliar fragrances. Following Amaya's instructions, she found the center of the island, where a small circle of glowing plants was growing. The moon rose slowly in the night sky, and Yuki waited patiently, mentally going over the moves she would need to make. When the moment finally arrived, she picked the plant with precise, reverent movements, exactly as she had been instructed. The plant in her hands emitted a soft glow, its energy pulsating in tune with the moonlight. Tears of joy and relief streamed down Yuki's face finally. She had the chance to save her grandfather in her hands. Returning would be a new adventure, but now she knew she wasn't alone. With the help of the Kappas, the blessing of the island's guardian, and the wisdom acquired on her journey, Yuki had become much more than just a girl in search of a cure. She was now a bridge between two worlds, the guardian of ancient knowledge and the bearer of hope. The warm Mediterranean wind blew through Carthage's ancient walls, carrying with it the aroma of spices and sea salt that had characterized the prosperous city for centuries. High on the Acropolis of Byrsa, where the great temple of Tanit stood, majestically against the cobalt blue sky, an ethereal figure watched the movement of the inhabitants below. It was the spirit of Dido, the legendary founding queen, who even centuries after her death remained the invisible guardian of her beloved city. On that particular morning, his spectral eyes focused on a young 17-year-old priestess, Elisar, a name that not coincidentally echoed his own Phoenician name. The girl walked through the halls of the temple with determined steps, her black hair tied in elaborate braids decorated with golden ribbons. Wearing the traditional purple robes that identified her high position in the temple, Dido had chosen Elisar for a specific reason. In her last visions, before her suicide, centuries ago, the queen had glimpsed the destruction of Carthage. Now, her spirit was looking for a way to change this disastrous destiny, and found a potential ally in the young priestess, even if she was not yet aware of her crucial role. Elisar stopped before the main altar, where incense continually burned in honor of the goddess Tanit. Her delicate fingers adjusted the offerings left by the faithful, while her mind wandered to the strange dreams she had recently had, visions of a majestic woman dressed in royal attire who appeared in his dreams, whispering warnings of impending dangers. In the market, below the temple, Hano, a young merchant of 22, organized his stall, selling imported fabrics. His eyes frequently glanced toward the temple, where he knew Elisar would be carrying out his morning duties. He had grown up with her on the streets of Carthage before she was chosen for temple service, and kept secret feelings that went beyond childhood friendship. Dido's spirit observed this dynamic with interest. He knew that Hano would be important in the events to come, even if the young merchant had no idea of the role he was destined to play. Over the centuries, Dido had learned to identify the signs of fate in the most subtle interactions. That same morning, a Roman ship docked in the port of Carthage. Among its passengers was Marcus Cornelius, a young ambassador with secret orders from the Roman Senate. His handsome face and polite manner masked intentions far darker than simple diplomacy. Dido could see through him, recognizing in Rome's ambitions the seeds of the destruction he so feared. As Marcus climbed the stairs leading to the upper city, Elisar experienced a sudden dizziness in the temple. Fragmented images invaded his mind. Fire, swords, war cries, and a red sea of blood. He leaned against a column, his face turning pale in the sun that streamed through the temple's tall windows. "My daughter," whispered a voice only she could hear, "you must be prepared. The time of prophecies approaches." Hano, who had gone up to the temple to leave an offering and secretly to see Elisar, found her still leaning against the column. Without hesitation, he ran to support her, momentarily forgetting the strict rules that prevented physical contact with the priestesses. "Elisar, are you okay?" he asked, his voice thick with concern. The young priestess quickly regained her composure, gently moving away. "I'm fine, Hano. Just a moment of weakness." Her eyes met his briefly, before turning to the floor in respect for traditions. Dido's spirit observed the scene with a mixture of apprehension and hope. He saw in Elisar and Hano reflections of his own past, of forbidden loves and difficult decisions that shaped the destiny of a nation. But unlike his own story, he hoped these young people could write a different ending. At the port, Marcus Cornelius was already beginning to weave his web of intrigues. He talked to merchants, asked seemingly innocent questions about the city's defenses, about the people's mood towards Rome. Each piece of information was carefully stored for later use. Dido realized she needed to act more directly. That night, he decided to visit Elisar's dreams again, but this time with a clearer message. The young priestess needed to understand the true nature of her mission before it was too late. The tension in the city was rising subtly, like the calm before a storm. In the alleys and taverns, whispers about Roman troop movements began to circulate. In the temples, sacrifices to the gods became more frequent, as if the Carthaginians instinctively felt that difficult times were approaching. Hano, returning to his market stall, could not get the image of Elisar pale and weak out of his head. Something was changing in Carthage. He could feel it. The stories I heard from the sailors, the unusual movements in the port, the increasing presence of Roman foreigners in the city all pointed to turbulent days. The sun began to set over Carthage, painting the sky in shades of purple that resembled the priestess's robes. At the temple, Elisar prepared for his nightly prayers, not knowing that that would be a night that would change his life forever. Dido's spirit, gathering all its power and determination, prepared to reveal to the young priestess the truth about her destiny and the role she should play in the salvation of Carthage. The stars began to dot the sky, while the fate of an ancient city and its people hung by a thread, supported by the determination of an ancestral spirit and the innocence of a young priestess who still did not fully understand her role in this plot woven by the gods. Night fell over Carthage like a black velvet blanket strewn with stars. In the temple of Tanit, Elisar completed his nightly rituals, lighting the last oil lamps that would maintain the sacred light during the darkness. His thoughts were still troubled by the day's events, especially the moment of weakness that Hanno had witnessed. When she finally retired to her quarters in the temple, Dido's spirit was waiting for the perfect moment to manifest itself. As Elisar fell asleep in her simple bed, the former queen began to weave the young priestess's dreams with greater clarity than ever before. In the dream, Elisar found himself walking through the streets of a different Carthage, older, more primitive. Before her, a majestic woman wearing an elaborate crown guided her through streets that seemed simultaneously familiar and strange. "I am the one they called Dido," said the figure, her voice echoing with ancient authority. "And you, my dear, carry not only my name, but also my legacy." Meanwhile, at the port, Marcus Cornelius secretly met with other Roman agents in a discreet tavern. Maps were studied by candlelight, and information about the city's defenses was exchanged in whispers. The young ambassador laid out his plans with the precision of an experienced strategist, although his young face barely showed a beard. Hanno, unable to sleep, walked the streets near the temple, his heart heavy with worry. As a merchant, he had access to information circulating among merchants, and rumors about Rome became increasingly worrying. His love for Elisar and his loyalty to Carthage fought a silent battle in his chest. In Elisar's dream, Dido revealed visions of the past, the founding of Carthage, the arrival of Aeneas, her own tragic death. "But the past is just a prologue," warned the spirit. "The real danger lies in the future that lies ahead." The images changed, showing Roman ships, marching armies, and the walls of Carthage in flames. The young priestess woke up with a start, her body covered in cold sweat. Dido's words still echoed in her mind. "You must gather those who are still loyal to Carthage. The young merchant, Hanno, will be your first ally. Trust him as I should have trusted my allies." The next morning, the market was buzzing with unusual activity. Foreign traders, more numerous than usual, circulated between the stalls. Hanno watched everything with a keen eye, noticing how many of these visitors seemed more interested in studying the city's fortifications than in trading goods. Elisar, contrary to his custom of remaining in the temple in the mornings, went down to the market. His steps were determined, guided by the urgency of night visions. As he approached Hanno's stall, His eyes conveyed an intensity that the young merchant had never seen before. "We need to talk," she said quietly, away from prying ears. Marcus Cornelius, who was passing through the market at the time, noticed the interaction between the priestess and the merchant. His keen eye recorded every detail, archiving the information for future use. The presence of a high-ranking priestess conversing with an ordinary merchant certainly deserved attention. Hanno guided Elisar to a small courtyard behind his shop, a private space surrounded by high stone walls. There, protected from prying eyes, Elisar shared his visions and Dido's warnings. Hanno listened with increasing attention, his own suspicions about Roman activities finding an echo in the priestess's words. "I always knew there was something special about you," Hanno said, his voice low and intense. "Ever since you were children, you seemed to carry a greater purpose." Dido's spirit watched the conversation with approval. The connection between the two young people, strengthened by years of friendship and restrained affection, would be fundamental to the events that were to come. But he also knew that time was short. Rome's plans were already in motion. That afternoon, Marcus Cornelius sent his first coded message to Rome, in seemingly innocent language about trade agreements. It conveyed vital information about Carthage's defenses and possible weaknesses. His work as a spy was just beginning. Elisar and Hanno began to quietly build their resistance network. The young merchant knew other trustworthy merchants, while Elisar had access to information circulating among the temple's priestesses. Every little detail, every rumor about Roman movements was carefully collected and analyzed. Dido's spirit continued to guide Elisar through dreams and intuitions. The former queen knew that the fate of Carthage depended on the ability of these young people to act with wisdom and courage. The lessons of her own past, the mistakes and successes of her life as queen, now served as a guide for a new generation. As the sun set on another day in Carthage, different forces moved in the shadows. Marcus Cornelius weaving his web of espionage, Elisar and Hanno building their resistance network, and Dido's spirit watching everything, trying to ensure that this time the story would have a different ending. But no one could have predicted the events that would unfold in the days that followed. Events that would test not only the loyalty and courage of those involved, but also the very foundations on which Carthage was built. The next morning, an unusual agitation took over the port of Carthage. 3 more Roman ships had arrived during the night, bringing with them a suspicious number of merchants. Hanno, who had arrived early to receive a shipment of fabrics, watched the increasing movement of foreigners with apprehension. Elisar, in the temple, performed his morning rituals with a new urgency in his gestures. The previous night's dreams had been even more vivid, with Dido showing him visions of naval battles and military strategies that the Carthaginians would need to know. The young priestess discreetly scribbled these details on small pieces of parchment, hiding them between her robes. Marcus Cornelius, in turn, organized a banquet for that night, inviting influential members of the Carthaginian elite. His temporary residence, a villa near the port, had become a center of diplomatic and espionage activity. Under the pretext of strengthening commercial ties, the young Roman planned to extract more information from his drunken guests. Dido's spirit hovered over the city with growing concern. He observed how the new Roman ships were strategically positioned in the port, how small groups of disguised soldiers infiltrated the city. His centuries-old experience allowed him to see patterns that mortals did not notice. Rome was preparing a siege. Hanno expanded his informant network cautiously. Among the port's merchants, he found trustworthy allies who shared his suspicions about the Romans. Adris, an old spice merchant, revealed to him that some of the amphorae unloaded from Roman ships contained weapons, not wine as stated. At the temple, Elisar received an unexpected visitor, Tanith, daughter of one of the members of the Council of Carthage. The young noblewoman brought troubling news. Her father had been invited to Marcus Cornelius's banquet and planned to discuss significant commercial concessions for Rome. My father is blinded by the promise of riches, Tanith confided. You don't realize that every concession weakens our defenses. Elisar saw this information as an opportunity. Tanith could be a valuable ally with access to the highest circles of power in Carthage. Dido's spirit, present but invisible, approved of this new connection. It was through similar alliances that she herself had built Carthage. As night began to fall, Hanno left his stall in the care of his assistant and headed to a secret meeting with Elisar in the abandoned gardens near the ancient walls. There, protected by centuries-old olive trees, they shared the information collected during the day. The Romans are moving faster than we imagined, said Hanno, showing Elisar a map where he had marked the positions of the newly arrived ships. Every ship that arrives brings more disguised soldiers than real merchants. Elisar revealed the drawings he had made based on his visions. Dido showed me their plans. They intend to surround the port in a specific formation, blocking our trade routes before a direct attack. While they were talking, in Marcus Cornelius's villa, the banquet began. Wine of the finest quality flowed abundantly. Tongues loosened, and the young ambassador mentally recorded every detail revealed by his inebriated guests. Between laughter and toasts, important secrets about Carthage's defenses were inadvertently shared. Tanith, present at the banquet with her father, watched everything with attentive eyes. Following Elisar's instructions, she remained sober while pretending to share in the general joy. Every suspicious word, every significant gesture was memorized to be reported later. Dido's spirit, moving among the banquet guests, felt her impotence with frustration. How many times over the centuries had he witnessed similar scenes? Powerful people of Carthage seduced by empty promises, betraying their own city without realizing it. But this time was different. This time he had Elisar and his allies to intervene. The next morning, Elisar woke up with renewed clarity. During the night, Dido had shown him more details of the Roman plans, including the location of weapons caches hidden in apparently abandoned warehouses near the port. Hanno, in turn, began to discreetly mobilize other loyal merchants under the guise of normal commercial transactions. Small groups began stockpiling supplies in safe locations in preparation for a possible siege. Marcus Cornelius, pleased with the success of his banquet, sent yet another coded message to Rome. But this time, thanks to Tanith's vigilance, The actual contents of the message were no longer a complete secret to the Carthaginian resistance. The tension in the city was subtly increasing. In the markets, prices began to rise without apparent explanation. At the temples, more and more people came to make offerings, instinctively feeling that difficult times were approaching. Dido's spirit continued its tireless work, guiding Elisar through increasingly specific visions. The ancient queen knew that time was short. The pieces on the board were moving quickly, and Carthage's survival would depend on the actions of the coming days. Meanwhile, in the city's alleys and taverns, rumors began to circulate about strange night movements, about hidden weapons and disguised soldiers. The population, even without knowing exactly what was happening, felt that something significant was about to happen. The resistance network grew cautiously, each new member carefully vetted before being accepted. Elisar, Hanno, and Tanith now formed a strong core, each bringing vital resources and connections to the cause of protecting Carthage. The rising sun found Carthage in a state of disguised agitation. In the halls of Tanith's temple, Elisar moved with controlled urgency, her purple robes rustling as she organized coded messages for her allies. Dido's visions during the night had revealed alarming details about the Roman plans. An attack was closer than they imagined. Hanno, taking advantage of his position as a respected merchant, methodically expanded the resistance network. Under the guise of trade negotiations, he met with loyal Carthaginian ship captains, preparing escape routes and secret meeting points in case the situation deteriorated quickly. At the port, Marcus Cornelius personally supervised the unloading of more goods from his ships. Among amphorae of wine and bales of fabric, weapons were discreetly distributed to safe houses spread across the city. Their green eyes, always alert, did not realize that they were being observed by strategically positioned Hanno informants. Tanith has proven herself an invaluable ally. Using his privileged social position, he was able to circulate among the Carthaginian elite, collecting crucial information. During a lunch with other young noblewomen, he discovered that 3 more members of the council had been bribed by Rome with promises of power and wealth. The betrayal runs deeper than we imagined, she reported to Elisar during a seemingly casual meeting in the temple. My own father, his voice trailed off momentarily, is considering supporting a Roman proposal to reorganize our coastal defenses. Dido's spirit, witnessing the conversation, felt a familiar mix of anger and sadness. How many times over the centuries had he seen greed and ambition corrupt the hearts of the powerful? But this time, he had the tools to act. Through Elisar and his allies, he could finally interfere in the course of events. The young priestess, guided by yet another vision of Dido, developed an audacious plan. Using the ancestral knowledge shared by the ancient queen, he began to prepare a series of rituals that, although they appeared merely religious to the eyes of the Romans, were in fact coded signals for the resistors. Hanno, meanwhile, converted part of his warehouses into secret arsenals. Weapons were hidden under piles of goods, and groups of young men loyal to Carthage trained discreetly in hidden cellars. The merchant knew that when the moment came, every sword and every warrior trained would make a difference. Marcus Cornelius, sensing that something was changing in the city's atmosphere, intensified his activities. More spies were sent to monitor suspicious movements, and their messages to Rome became more frequent. In one of them, he specifically mentioned his suspicions about Elisar and the Temple of Tanit. The head priestess appears to exert influence beyond her religious duties, he wrote. I suggest immediate action to neutralize possible threat. The message was intercepted by one of Hanno's men, but it arrived too late to prevent a copy from reaching Rome. Danger to Elisar was becoming real and immediate. Dido, sensing the growing threat, intensified her visions for Elisar. During one particularly important night, he showed the young priestess specific details about ancient tunnels beneath the city, secret passages built during the founding of Carthage that could be vital to the survival of the resistance. The paths I used to build this city, whispered the spirit in Elisar's dreams, will be the same ones that help save it. The resistance network grew cautiously, each new member being carefully evaluated. Merchants, sailors, artisans, and even some palace guards were discreetly recruited. Each had their specific role. Each represented a vital piece in the complex game of protecting Carthage. Tanith, using her social influence, organized a series of parties that served as cover for resistance meetings, while the Carthaginian elite danced and celebrated in the hidden gardens and private rooms. Plans were made and information was exchanged. Time seemed to run faster and faster. Each sunrise brought new threats. Each sunset marked a countdown to the inevitable confrontation. Elisar felt the weight of responsibility growing every day. But Dido's visions provided strength and guidance. Hanno, sensing the growing danger to Elisar, redoubled his vigilance around the temple. Loyal traders strategically positioned themselves nearby, ready to warn of any suspicious movement by the Romans. At a particularly tense moment, Marcus Cornelius attempted a direct approach to Elisar, visiting the temple under the pretext of making offerings. His cunning eyes studied every detail of the sacred place, looking for evidence that could confirm his suspicions. The young priestess, however, was prepared. Years of temple training had taught him to maintain a mask of imperturbable serenity. He received the Roman with the dignity appropriate to his position, revealing nothing more than was necessary. Dido's spirit watched everything with increasing apprehension. The siege was closing, not just militarily, but also in terms of intrigue and espionage. Carthage's survival would depend not only on the strength of its arms, but also on the cunning and determination of its defenders. As night fell over the city, different groups moved about in the shadows. Roman spies patrolled the streets. Members of the resistance exchanged coded messages. And in the temple, Elisar prepared for another night of visions and revelations under the guidance of her protective ancestor. Early morning in Carthago brought with it an unsettling silence. Even before the first ray of sunlight touched the city walls, Elisar woke with a start in her quarters in the temple. Dido's vision had been clearer and more urgent than ever. The Romans planned to act that day. Quickly, the young priestess sent discreet messengers to alert Hanno and Tanith. The resistance network needed to be mobilized immediately. In the port, the Roman ships began a subtle reorganization, assuming strategic positions that coincided exactly with the visions that Dido had shared. Hanno, who had barely slept, supervised the final preparations in the secret warehouses. Weapons were distributed among trusted groups of resistors, each knowing only their specific part of the plan. The merchant knew that his market stall would probably never open again. The fate of Carthage would be decided in the next few hours. Marcus Cornelius also began his movements at dawn. Groups of Roman soldiers, until then hidden in different parts of the city, began to position themselves discreetly. The young ambassador had planned everything meticulously. A swift and precise strike that would seize key points in Carthage before any significant resistance could be organized. What he didn't know was that his every move was being watched and reported. The network of informants established by Hanno and Elisar worked with mechanical precision. Coded messages circulated through street vendors, errand children, and even trained pigeons. Tanith, in her privileged position, got one last vital piece of information during breakfast with her father. The Romans planned to use that afternoon's religious festival as cover for their main attack. The moment when the population would be concentrated in the temple would be used to take control of the city's strategic points. Dido's spirit, moving invisibly between the preparations on both sides, guided Elisar through sudden inspirations and precise intuitions. The former queen knew that the fate of her beloved city was once again at stake, but this time she had allies capable of changing the course of history. As the sun reached its highest point, the resistance's plan began to unfold. Under the pretext of preparations for the festival, groups of loyal Carthaginians moved to predetermined positions. The ancient tunnels, revealed in Dido's visions, allowed warriors to move unseen beneath the city's streets. Marcus Cornelius, confident in his own plan, headed to the temple to participate in the celebrations. His diplomatic smile masked his anxiety about imminent military action. Around him, other devout Romans also approached the temple, each carrying weapons hidden under their togas. Elisar, performing the preliminary rituals of the festival, exuded a serene calm that belied his own tension. His every gesture, apparently part of the religious ceremony, transmitted coded signals to the resistors scattered among the faithful. The incense that burned on the main altar had a dual purpose. In addition to honoring the gods, its specific smoke signaled to the groups hidden in the tunnels that the moment was approaching. Hanno personally supervised a group of warriors strategically positioned near the temple. Years of experience as a merchant had taught him the importance of precise timing. He waited for Elisar's signal to coordinate the counterattack against the Romans. The decisive moment came when Marcus Cornelius, following his original plan, rose to make a special offering. This would be the signal for his men to begin taking the temple. However, before he could complete the gesture, Elisar struck his ceremonial staff 3 times on the marble floor, the signal that resistance awaited. In a matter of seconds, controlled chaos ensued. From the entrances to the secret tunnels, Carthaginian warriors emerged, completely surprising the Romans. Hanno and his men blocked the temple's exits, while other resistance groups simultaneously took up defensive positions in the vital points of the city. Marcus Cornelius, realizing that his plan had been discovered, tried to react but was quickly restrained. His young face showed more surprise than fear. How had his careful preparations been anticipated so accurately? Dido's spirit watched with satisfaction as her strategy, conveyed through Elisar's dreams, proved effective. The Romans, confident in their surprise attack plan, were caught in their own trap. Ships in the port, which were supposed to provide military support, found themselves blocked by strategically placed Carthaginian vessels. Tanith, who had managed to convince his father of the true nature of Roman intentions, ensured that the Council of Carthage met urgently to formalize the expulsion of the invaders. The evidence of treason and espionage, carefully collected by the resistance, was irrefutable, and even the most pro-Rome members of the council were forced to recognize the threat they had ignored. On the streets, the population of Carthage, initially confused by the tumult, soon understood the situation. Years of increasing Roman presence and interference in their affairs had created a simmering resentment that now found expression. Ordinary citizens joined the resistors, helping to expel the invaders. Elisar, still in the temple, was conducting a royal ceremony of protection, his prayers now carrying the weight of true gratitude to the gods and the ancient queen who had made the city's salvation possible. Dido's spirit, more present than ever, enveloped the temple in an aura of ancestral power that could be felt by everyone present. Hanno, after ensuring that the last pockets of Roman resistance were neutralized, returned to the temple. His gaze met Elisar's, and in that moment, they both understood that their role in the history of Carthage had only just begun. The immediate threat had been contained, but they knew that Rome would not accept this defeat easily. When night finally fell over Carthage, the city was transformed. The Roman ships left in a hurry, taking Marcus Cornelius and his conspirators with them. In the streets, spontaneous celebrations mixed with defensive preparations. The population, now aware of the danger they had faced, was more united than ever. Dido's spirit, contemplating the city he had founded so many centuries before, felt a deep satisfaction. Through Elisar, Hanno, and all the brave Carthaginians who had fought that day, a new chapter in the history of their beloved city had been written. And although he knew that greater challenges were yet to come, he was confident that Carthage, now awakened and united, was prepared to face them.